because it could be like €15 for flight. But I don't. You know the way you can pay the number of seats, but you have to pay extra.
It's like a private conversation.
I don't do that. I don't do that. So I get on the flight and I go, I'm with my guitar, but we're not sitting together. Is that okay? And it's not, apparently. You have to sit beside your guitar. Anyway, can do you want? Minute spots at that time. They offered that I could stay with them if I was ever over there, so I didn't have to pay for coming. So I was staying with them, and they told me they were writing a thing about priests, and then I saw it and I loved it. I was a fan of it, and then Graham rang me and said the casting agents are going to ring you about a part, and we really want you to audition for this. So, you know, you got the impression that maybe they favoured that I would get it, but other people auditioned for it as well. And I didn't know it was a Dublin character when I read the script. I think the first time I did it, I was like, would you prefer Oasis or Glory? Or something like that. Anyway. And they were going, no, do it in the Dublin accent. Yeah.
And the Swedish one you did just there.
What's that again?
What Swedish you did?
Swedish, yeah. I just thought that would work.
Now, obviously, you know, this rose was 25, 26 years ago?
26 for me,
So
25 for Patrick.
29 for me.
29 years ago.
I was in the first series.
Yeah, very first.
Yeah.
So, you know, did you really think that, you know, to this day, it was going to be as popular as it is?
No, no idea. No, you don't get any sense of how long I think it's going to last for. You know? Most of it comes from last that long. But it's like almost 30 years and it's still as popular as ever.
Even the good ones don't last enough like that.
No, that's true.
You know,
No, that's
you
true.
know,
Yeah.
You know, to be iconic like
Father
that.
Ted
I mean,
is a good one.
there's only Faulty Towers and a few things like that, really iconic ones that people bother going back to. And it aged really well. It's really still amazing.
It's quite timeless, really, isn't it?
Yeah, there's also a lot of detail which makes repeat viewing rewarding.
Yeah.
Little things like everything, nothing's left a chance. The band names and the songs on the scoreboard in Song for Europe are all really funny and things like that. If you freeze frame, you find some really good stuff.
Like for me, it's one of my favorite things to continue to watch. I think I've watched it maybe 20 or 30 times over and over because it is like that. And even recently, I watched it with my son. So it kind of transitions even from then to now. Even young people looking at it
it's all
now.
ages, really. Yeah, it's not aimed at any particular age group.
No, it really isn't.
And you have to...
Well, kids. It's
there, look.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where?
Yeah. And
Here.
I don't see any kids.
And you have to remember
You're a
too,
priest, for God's sake.
I know, that's why I'm looking out for them.
I'm not touching that one. Absolutely.
I'm not touching anyone.
Anymore.
But obviously, over the years, ever since then, you still kind of work together. You do conventions and things like that. How is it?
No, that's not true, though.
No.
No, it isn't, because I only met all of these guys together in one lump last year.
Wow.
Yeah, because we never met during... Well,
The rest of us have been doing it for years.
We've been doing it for years.
Yeah.
We were
These
touring
guys-
and all that. Yeah.
So I'm the new boy in the band by comparison, because
Ringo, aren't you?
I belong in a different world. I'm an actor, so I do all the acting stuff. And I came in to do that, and so that was a character for me. But these guys have been doing stand-up and things, and they knew the Irish scene. But I was over in London.
Yeah, Ben is an actor. I am Father Damo. That's it.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, he actually played that part. We are just exactly like the people we played.
Yeah.
I do love jumpers
Yeah.
and cakes.
I mean, the thing is, you are. I mean,
Totally.
But it is actually true. Yeah.
he's like a 4-year-old. Honest to God, we have to go around with him with reins just to make sure we know where he is.
But I mean,
He
Your
says
man
nothing.
here, your man here. God Almighty!
I've
with an
travelled-
evening with Father. Your arse.
I'm still fine
Lord.
though.
God Almighty!
You get in the car with him and he says nothing for
Yeah,
4
and-
hours.
Yeah.
and your man on the end, acrylic sweaters. That's all he talks about. Bitches about acrylic sweaters.
you worked in a
24/7.
jumper shop.
I was a jumper salesman before I was Owen McLove. That was my job. So that's where they got the.
Yeah.
I
Did
love
they get
jumpers.
the idea from that?
I'd say they probably did because I would have told a lot of people. Like you knew me when I worked in the shop, didn't you? Yeah. I'm really good at folding jumpers. If you want to bring up a jumper later, I'll fold it for you. And I do love cakes.
Do you have to train for that?
You get it quickly, you pick it up quickly.
Did you model them?
I did, yeah. People would say,
Show
they're
us-
about your size.
Show us how you would model that there. How would you model it? Yeah. 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 I'd buy it.
Yeah.
But yeah. And I used to model caps. I have a huge head. It's about a triple XL head. They're offended now. But, and I used to wear, the people would say, I'd sell caps. And they'd always say, my father's about your size. Go on, try it on. And I'd be just like that on my top of my head. So that was awful, yeah. But I know I did. And I love cakes, so they put that together.
But okay, so you've only been doing it a year ago?
Yeah, that's the only time that I met all these guys together. I'd met.
We've only been doing conventions for a year, but we
Yeah,
did stand up together.
So we have been doing the convention circuit, and I met Michael probably up in Edinburgh in a bar at some stage, but the other guys no, you see, so it's interesting, isn't it?
Now you haven't been doing conventions long, but TED Fest. I have to ask you: have you all done TED Fest? Has everyone done TED?
Yeah.
You
I
haven't
don't
done
think
TED?
you have you?
No.
Yeah.
I'm a virgin. Work that one out for yourself.
Touched for the very first time.
Yeah.
Well,
I was at TED Fest last week
Yeah.
at the island. It's mad.
Is it?
They really take it seriously. You're all just very low key. You just come up and shake your hand and all, but they really go mad.
Have any of you been to TED Fest? No.
No, don't.
Oh.
No, do go. It's brilliant crack. So there were people there dressed as, there was a spider baby. Someone came dressed as a cigarette. From,
Yeah.
what's that, rollerblades, smoke?
Fags.
Alcohol, yeah.
Yeah.
And they dressed as a cigarette for the whole weekend.
Wow.
There was
And,
3 girls dressed as peanuts one the year
Yeah.
before last. That was from Father Ted's dream.
That's right.
And there was a fella with just a towel around his waist, naked apart from a towel, and he had a huge bonnet of a car with him. And that was the naked man on the car bonnet.
Yeah.
Wow.
He
Oh, a
was
guy
him.
came dressed as the milk float. He was literally going around with a massive float for the whole weekend. I couldn't get in to photograph with him.
You told me that if you get there, the problem is that you can't get away from people. Is that right? That's the intensity is there, and they're at
Well,
you.
the whole everybody
Yeah.
on the island is in there for the TED Fest.
Yeah.
So
So
it's
if you're
full on. It's
there, I
full
mean,
on.
they're on you all the time, I
And
guess.
a lot of them,
Yeah,
stay,
but
a lot
you
of
know
them stay
what?
in the same hotels as well, so you can't,
No, yeah, you can't.
it's quite
just
intense.
go
You're
and
an
go
island. You
back to
can't
the
get away.
hotel.
You can run, but you can't hide.
Yeah.
But I would recommend you go because it is great fun
It's
and it's very
taken it-
inclusive and
Yeah, they're really it's great
everyone.
fun.
It's really friendly
Yeah.
and it's great and it's a lovely island and all that.
Yeah.
I'd recommend it.
They've taken it to another level. They've made it their own. They're
Have
just
They have, yeah.
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 So brilliant.
Yeah. Tell us about your guitar on the plane, though, because that was so good. I want to hear about that story again.
Well, I asked the guys yesterday, but I'm going to ask them again and I'll get your opinion as well. They told me about their experiences on set. What was it like being on set?
Well, the first thing is down in Clare doing the outside stuff. I think my first scene was the first scene in it, where I just go, hello, it's Dublin. And me and Arnold ran off and played football while the guard was talking to Father Ted. And being comedians, we tried our best to upstage that conversation. Like we were doing all sorts of mad shit with the football and everything. And instead of being angry with us, the writers and director went, "Oh, what you're doing there is brilliant," and they turned the camera on us and just let us just do whatever you want to do, and that became the last bit. While the credits rolled, so that atmosphere, what on the set was the way it was. There was a good freedom to it, and I'm not saying you were allowed to ad lib or whatever, but I mean there was a bit of a laugh,
Yeah.
and everything was done very quickly. The scene with the Oyster Blower was just done one take, and it was done pretty quickly. And
I think everyone kind of had the same experience as well. The guys were saying yesterday that very short amount of time on set, only maybe a couple of hours. Whereas, you hear of people being on set for 14, 15 hours.
yeah,
It's not like that, apparently.
no, and I think that makes for comedy, it's usually your first take's the best. I think if you start doing it over and over, you lose that magic or whatever it is. And then, of course, when you're doing the indoor stuff, it's in front of a live audience, so you can't be there for ages, or the audience is going to get fed up seeing the same scene over and over. So usually, 2 or 3 takes three at the most, I think.
Okay.
Would that be right? Yeah. Yeah.
And
Yeah,
that
the
was
only
all,
time-
everyone 2 or 3
The only
takes,
time
no
I had
more.
to do a second tape was when I went to the toilet, because I didn't know they were going to put a fart noise in. So when I heard that, I had just laughed, and I had to do a double take. But apart from that, it just went straight through.
Well, I don't know how you only had to do 2 takes because,
But as Joe says, you're in front of an audience as well. You can't muck about, because
yeah.
they don't want to keep hearing the same joke over and over again. So you have to make sure you get it right, really.
Yeah. I have a tape of the rough edit of my episode at home. And it's funny when they put it together, because the first time you do it, they get a big laugh. The second time you do it, you get no laugh.
Yeah.
Because you're saying the same thing. You say it, I've no Willie, for the second time. And they're just like, okay, yeah, we know.
We know you don't have a Willie. Yeah.
But then they put it together, they do the rough edit. And you see the line, I've no Willie, with no laugh. Because that's the way it was. There was literally none. But then they edited it in, obviously, after.
I think obviously maybe the shock factor of when you first said it, like, oh my God.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Got a big
And-
laugh. Shock and a laugh, yeah.
Although, you said 25 years later, they're still laughing at that line.
They're laughing at
Yeah.
and shouting at me in the supermarket.
Yeah.
And when I'm in the doctors and whatever.
And he
like that,
has no Willie, which is an amazing thing. They actually got the right actor for the part.
How do you know that, as a matter of interest?
None of your business.
I suggested it, though. It wasn't in the script originally. And down in Clare, I was saying it would be funny if he was like an action man down there.
I don't know where
And they said, oh, that's brilliant. And we thought we'd show it visually at first. But then they said, no, just put the line in. I've no Willie.
Funny visual.
And I thought yeah, imagine. But and I thought he'd have tiny little hands and all that. But anyway, but then they put the line in. So I did the line in.
Okay.
And if you got a second or third take, would they say, oh, you can try it differently this time, or?
There's only so many ways you can say I've no Willie.
Yeah.
It's hard to get another. I've no Willie. I don't know how to do it.
But could you try a different line? Because when I said it's only a bleeding whistle,
Oh, yeah.
they Dermot got his line wrong, so we had a second and maybe a third take. And Graham or Arthur said, "We've already got it's only a bleeding whistle, so try different lines." None of which they used.
Yeah.
I think at one point, the second one, I said, "Shove it up your hole," and.
That would have been brilliant. People now could be shouting, "Shove it up your hole!"
Shove it up your hole.
There was never any outtakes, was there? No, nobody ever did an outtakes thing.
Where, yeah, they were on the DVD.
Are they
It was
on there?
mostly like Dermot maybe forgetting his lines and then
Yeah.
making the audience laugh and that. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, well, we're going to see. Has anyone got any questions for the cast?
Let's see now.
Now, you promised me you had questions. You did. Anyone any questions?
Just about
Two mics on
anything.
either side.
Doesn't have to be about Father Ted. Just
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, there is.
If you've got
Questions?
any questions about
There is.
tax or
It could be about.
No, I don't anyway. No, it's fine. I just keep saying I'm fine. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's
never
brilliant.
felt sorry.
No.
No, it's good.
No, because you don't really get hassled that much. It's not like you're kind of people corny in a restaurant. They just occasionally might ask you for a selfie or just say,
Yeah.
"I really liked Father Ted." It's not a big hassle. It's not like being a Hollywood star or anything.
Yeah, and it's what I think is amazing when you come to things like this. Today's Sunday, particularly, a huge amount of families and things like this. It's really cool. It's really nice. People are very nice, very kind, very friendly. I think if you were in something where you played the Antichrist or something like that, and you did terrible things, and everybody's queuing up, that would be heavy on your mental health, wouldn't it? Yeah.
But
That was
also,
very
like,
popular.
we were stand-up, so it helped us with stand-up getting work.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
It helps
And we're
your
not
profile,
particularly,
yeah.
apart from Ben, maybe Joe a bit, but we're not particularly good actors. And so there was nothing, we weren't going to play Hamlet. You know what I mean?
Shite actors as well.
We're shite actors. Because we said yesterday, we got auditions after it, and the directors were looking at us like saying, what are you doing here? You know, the bin man would have done better than you. And so, I mean, what else are you going to do? Like, you know, I mean, for Jim Norton, who's a really great Shakespearean actor,
That's,
I'm sure it was
that's Bishop Brennan.
Bishop
rather.
Brennan. I'm sure it was hard for him hearing catchphrases and that, you know, because he's good.
Yeah, I wouldn't be annoyed with people coming. I think maybe when you're having a wee and someone's trying to engage with you, and I just want to have this piss first.
There are children here, but I tend to go into the
Very fussy, Joe.
cubicle for a wee because it's not good to stand there. And obviously, the line I said, you know, yeah, it's awful.
I tend to find that if I go into a toilet dressed as a priest, it empties.
Your bladder.
I have the whole room to myself.
Now, any more questions?
There's loads of people who just
There
come in.
is.
There we are. There's a question.
Did Father Ted change Irish
Do you know
humor and
what?
influence it?
I thought it did, but now I don't. I think so. I think it's a pinnacle of Irish humor, and I'm not fond of some of the sitcoms that came after.
Like Kill the Scully.
Yeah.
It probably is, but I think it was a good reflection of Irish humor. In the way maybe Flann O'Brien, maybe before that. That really ridiculous, surreal type of humor. I think it reflected us. It's almost like a documentary about Ireland.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Like British people thought it was mad, out there, surreal, and we just thought that's Ireland.
Yeah.
You know,
Did you mean
that's the
just
way we
as
are.
regards to television, or did you mean Irish culture in general, kind of?
Irish humor nowadays.
Probably brought it on a bit. Yeah, it's hard to tell though. It's very hard to sort of put a finger on anything.
But yeah, I think you might forget that it was such a big breakthrough because Irish people didn't get to make their own comedy on BBC or whatever, or what is Channel 4? But it was Irish people laughing at themselves rather than because in the 70s you would hear Irish jokes told by British comedians.
What nasty stuff, yeah.
And so it was that was amazing to own your own culture and laugh at it yourself.
Yeah. And then I think that after Father Ted, immediately the lights went on. People thought, "Oh God, yes, everybody wants more Irish humor," and other things came out. And
that's probably why Derry Girls probably wouldn't have been made if.
I think,
Yeah.
Derry
Father Ted
Girls
had been
wouldn't
there
have
in the
come
first
along
place.
without you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it also reflected like a new generation were coming through. We had the old generation with Frank Kelly, who was a hero of mine growing up because he was in Hall's Victoria Weekly, which is one of the first great Irish comedy shows on RTE. And you had Dermot, who was a legend. But then you had a new generation like Ardle and everyone like here, you know, and so many new. Tommy Tiernan was in it and Graham Norton. So it was reflective of that new wave.
Great. Now, any more questions? I'm going to have to finish up soon. Go ahead.
What were there lines that we improvised?
Patrick, you did it.
Well, I did, yeah. I don't want to catch the menopause.
Oh,
Yeah.
and Ben, you improvised that last scene, didn't you?
Yeah. They stuck me in the cupboard and they said, "Could you just stand there and improvise while we run some things?" And they gave me a first line. So everything after that, you know, we built an extension on the extension. The house is in a circle now, and all of that kind of thing. That was all just me going on. They had to stop me. They went, "Right, we've got enough now, Ben. Thanks." Yeah. So I was lucky. Yeah, I can say I wrote Father Ted.
And Michael, you improvised.
I
the
tried
bit
to
where-
improvise, but they just said no. Just say I'm fine.
It probably would have been too much talk.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Now, I think, did I hear one more? You were going to ask the same. Okay.
Yeah.
So
I improvised, I don't want to catch the menopause.
Yeah.
To answer
Yeah, we just go the same. Just go the same answers again.
Just keep asking the same question.
Yes, absolutely.
There's a man there with a question. Oh,
Oasis or Blur?
Oasis.
Why?
Because Blur are like students. Do you know
Now,
what I mean?
now, I have to say, yesterday, the same question was asked, and all the guys said Blur.
Blur are
Yeah,
shit.
yeah.
Blur. So before we finish up, I just want to get your best lines from all four of you.
Of our own episode? Or,
Yep. From your own episode. Yes, from your own episode, yeah.
It'll be difficult for me because
Yeah.
very much. Yeah.
Okay.
I think Pat's just hinted me what I should say. You go first.
Yeah.
I can have you killed.
Well, yeah, if there's a fire, you obviously didn't watch my episode. Thanks for that. That was shy.
I knew it would be shy.
I'm fine.
I knew a woman once, but she died soon afterwards.
So what? It's only a bleeding whistle.
Hey. Yep. But are we nearing the end of
We
this?
are unfortunately in the
Joe.
end. So I believe Joe has something
Oh,
special for us.
Someone told us you brought your guitar with you. Okay. What would you like to play, Joe? What do you think you could play? Out of all the songs in the world, what do you think it might be appropriate? What could it be, do you think, Joe? Have you figured it out? No, we don't know that one. It's going to be Oasis or Blur. You've blown it all now.
Also have anybody wants any easy singles? Have some, just giving them out free.
Generous to a T, Joe.
Whatever you do, don't eat them.
Let it rain.
That's all that from Father's House. Brilliant. Lifetime supply. Okay, right.
You can sing along if you want.
If you know the song, sing along.
I think the guitar might be out of tune. It's very out of tune. Sorry, can I tune it up here?
Yeah, go on.
Holy no, just talk about it.
Yeah, Michael will do some stand-up for you.
Yeah.
Any
would you
more
like to-
questions?
What?
One more question.
One more question.
One more
One
question.
question, that'd be good, yeah. Ben, you're probably best to ask because Ben is
Ah,
Ben is
good
the only one
Lord.
who's-
You want
who's an
to
actor.
become an actor? Well, first of all, get used to never earning anything in your life. Get used to poverty and living outside and having no friends. Don't think that this is the life. This happens to 4 people out of 1 billion.
I get a job in a supermarket.
Yeah.
Start off.
Do you know the new word, that the thing that you have to do? Network. Be nice and meet everyone. And I'll cut it down to that, nice and simple.
Oh yeah. You were an extra on that. Oh, were you in when we play the band plays? When the band plays. Oh, brilliant! Cool. Well, I'll look for you when I. I don't know where you can see it, but I think it's coming out in the cinema in the autumn. Brilliant. Anyway, nice to meet you. Are you from Dundalk? Are you from Dundalk? Dublin. You came all the way out to Dundalk. Day off school. Ah, brilliant. Okay. Cool. So we'll sing. Okay.
Don't even know the words.
My lovely horse running through the fields. Where are you going with your fetlocks blowing in the wind?
All together now.
I want to shower you with sugar lumps. I want to shower you with sugar lumps and ride you over fences. Polish your hooves every single day. And bring you to the horse dentist. Everybody, my lovely horse. My lovely horse. You're a pony no more. Running around with a man on your back. Hang on, I think I can get this. Like a train in the night. Like a train in the night.
Hey!
Joe Rooney, everybody.
Ladies and gentlemen, give a round of applause for the Father Ted cast.
Hey.
For people who are here for Nolan North, will be back in a couple of minutes.
On your knees.
Okay, chop it off.
Chop it off. Let's do it. Oh, we got him now! You know what? I'm thinking there are probably sharper stairs somewhere else.
We're thieves, but we help the wrong person steal the wrong thing and unleash the greatest evil the world has ever known.
The Red Wizards created an army of the undead.
Sounds lovely.
Quite the opposite.
I know, I was being ironic.
I find irony is a blade that cuts he who wields it most especially.
You're not a lot of fun, are you? How are we gonna pull this off?
We're gonna need a team.
You need cool air.
Follow me to the orifice.
Back to school air.
The orifice?
I'll go last.
Let's go. I don't mind that. He missed.
Oh, that's not good. Aren't you sick of failing? We could die.
There's worse things than dying. I lost everything that ever mattered to me, and if we quit now, that's for nothing.
I don't want to see you die, which is why I'm going to leave the room.
This ends now.
The bridge is protected by an ancient trap. We must not trigger the mechanism.
I may have triggered the mechanism. So, sorry.
These little town blues are melting away. I'll make it a brand new start of it in old New York. If I can make it there, I'll make it anywhere. It's up to you, New York, New York, New York, New York.
As they decompose. And as you look closer at these corpses, they almost appear to be moving. But it is not the corpses that live. Oh no. It's the flesh-gorged rats that after feeding run and scurry by your feet.
You all excited? How's day 2 going? Very good. Okay. I want to do something that I actually haven't done for the other panels that I've done. I want to let you know that if you want to ask questions, there are 4 microphones around the room, 2 up here and 2 in the middle aisle there, okay? Don't be shy. Stand up. Queue up at the microphones. We'll get you in. Give me a few minutes to ask you a few questions and then we'll go from there. Is that all right? Okay. So, we ready to go? Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Mr. Nolan North. Yeah. Oh, don't worry. We have you sorted.
Yeah. Back there, I was almost late. I was looking for one of these.
Is that on?
Is it? Yes.
There we go.
Sorry, I don't know how to use a microphone.
So, Nolan, how are you?
I'm good.
How's the con going for you so far?
It's been great. It's been brilliant. I mean, I was telling someone last night, I don't think I've ever been so busy in 2 days. And thank you for coming out and remembering who I am.
It was the one thing I noticed as I was going through the guests and kind of trying to introduce myself, is that your queue was just so long. I'm like, I can't go near him. I can't.
Yeah, no, it's thanks to everybody here. I mean, everybody always comes up and they're like, hey, thank you for Drake or Deadpool or whatever. And it's like, thank you. Because I probably told some of you, it's like, without you, I'm unemployed. And I'm not invited to these venues. So sincerely, thank you. It's been brilliant.
And do you like doing cons? Do you like doing this?
Yes, I do. I'll be honest. When it first started, I was a little weirded out. I didn't think anybody, like, who's gonna come? Who wants? That's weird. There's nobody. And I inadvertently just became more. The promoters wanted me to come do it, and when I finally did my first, it was such a great experience because very often we never get to hear what people think, how much a game meant to them or something like that, or a show that I may have done. So it was great to just be able to have that feedback. So I started I was just telling somebody backstage, it's like, wow, what a nice theater. I wish, I never got to do proper theater in a theater like this. We always had those little dark holes in New York that usually giving away tickets, nobody would take them. But that's the only place, live theater, when I did stand-up comedy, was the only place where you get actual feedback from people. And so coming to the cons and just hearing stories and seeing that everybody, and it's all over the world, it's just all ages. It's great. So I'm loving it.
Yeah, it's you do a lot of games, obviously, and it goes from anywhere from kids all the way up to older adults.
Oh yeah, yeah. There was somebody in the UK. He was 78, and his grandchildren were back in, I think, Michigan in the States, and he had started playing online. I think it was Destiny, and he was like, "I've gotten quite good too." And he beat the little bastards all the time now. And I'm like, what? He goes, "Oh yeah, they used to be." And now he was telling me about his kill ratios, and I'm like, this is amazing. And he was 78, and he just, but it was a way to connect with them and still be when he couldn't go visit. And I hear that quite a bit. And one of the most touching things is military. I've met some military guys who were playing Call of Duty Zombies. It's the Dr. Richthofen, and I would always do the voice for them. And yeah, oh, he's here. It's Eddie Richthofen's great grandson. No, so he was, but they were saying how every now and then they'd be like off somewhere, stationed somewhere, or and they would get a satellite signal and be able to jump on for a few minutes, and they would give it like guys 10 to 15 minutes each, and they'd play with their kids back at home or their friends back at home. And it was just a way for us to, they said, it's amazing. Because Steve Bloom, who plays Dempsey, it was great, Wolverine's great actor, and he had the same experience, and we shared stories about that. And we were like, here are these guys, the military putting their lives on the line, and they're like, oh, you're our heroes. I'm like, it's like, come on, man. Like I sign pictures. I have a pen, you have a grenade.
Did you think when you got into voice acting that would happen?
No, people always ask that, like, how'd you get into voice acting? It's like, well, I was an actor. I started in theater in New York, and then when I went to Los Angeles, I did a television show for 5 years, and then when that show was canceled, you bounce around from show to show, and then one day someone said, hey, you should talk to my voiceover agent. So I went and I did some reads for her, and they signed me, and then auditions start coming in, and nobody wanted to do video games because there really weren't many voices in video games. But I had 2 kids, and they were like, well, you want to go over here? It's just basically screaming grenade and get down and frag out. And I'm like, I don't know. It's like, yeah, it's like $700. I'm like, yeah, I'll do that. So I'm going to yell at my kids at home. Why not go yell for money? So that's how it actually started. People are like, how did you know? I'm like, I didn't. I just, I needed to pay for food. So I just started doing that more and more. And it was actually a lot of fun. And then the games became a little more, intellectual things, narrative driven, and eventually got into motion capture. And then the directors I had been working with, and any actors here, it's work begets work is the old adage. And it's like that with anything. This business is just relationships, like any business. And you just build those relationships. You go in, you do a good work, you don't complain. Don't be a jerk is a really good way to be. Just take direction and work hard. And it became the motion capture, performance capture. I was like, yeah, no, I do on camera, I do theater. And they're like, yeah, that's what this is. And that's exactly what it is. The data from Uncharted or Last of Us or the Avengers, we did all motion capture. It's just like doing theater. It's like doing the movie Avatar. The data in that could be taken and put into a movie or a game, just like Avatar. They could take all those performances in that movie and turn it into a game just from the same performance. They don't even have to change thing. Same cameras, same technology. So it just evolved. And I was just honestly, I was just the guy in the right place at the right time, and just willing to also be open to doing other things. When I meet people and they're like, I just want to do voice acting. Why? Why would you do that? An actor is an independent contractor, like a plumber, and you're never going to meet a plumber who's like, I only want to work on toilets. Well, I'll give you $1,000 to fix the sink. Toilets. The toilet plumber. It's hard enough being an actor. Don't close off any doors. Opportunity. Just find opportunity and do your best and see what happens.
So you mentioned at the start there that you did stand-up. How do you transition from stand-up to acting and voice acting? How do you do that?
Okay, if I'm being honest, I did stand up, and when I just as a goof, I had 7 friends. We had been drinking, and they said, "You're funnier than this guy," and I was like, "Yeah." And they're like, "I'll give $20. You go up there." I'll give him $20. He goes up there, and I was like, 7 times 20 is 140. I have $30 in the bank. Yeah, I'll do that. And then I wasn't bad. I did some impressions. Hey, it's Christopher Walken, guys. How are you? Bang, zoom. Cactuses are dangerous. They have pricklers stab you in your face.
That's amazing. I'm sorry, that's amazing. That
Oh.
deserves a round of applause. That does. Wow.
And now I'll do Mickey Mouse, and he's going to say something rude
No, but I would.
in German.
No, that's why I don't work for Disney. Okay, I'm being serious. No, I just started doing it because I was still in, when I started, I was still in college and going to be a journalist, and I ended up going to grad school for broadcasting and journalism, and I got a job, and I was a CNN affiliate reporter in upstate New York and then New Jersey, and it was awful. I did it for a year, but I would still go back and do an open mic, just kind of because it was like it was weird. It was like this addiction to, I could make my friends laugh. Maybe can I make a stranger laugh? And when I could, it was kind of cool. And then a friend of mine was doing a play, and he said, "Oh, you'd be great in this. You want to do this?" And I said, "Yeah, I'll do that. I got to work." And I just remember just rushing back to do this play and to do the stand-up, and then finally realized I'd rather be broke and happy than be kind of broke, because I wasn't getting paid much and miserable. And the news was just miserable. It was awful. I saw terrible things that I can't unsee, but I turned that weird stuff I saw into something that I could darkly find funny and played with it. But it was just so fulfilling to get out there and perform and affect people. And I used to it was first to make them laugh, and then you could did this play, and it was really touching. And then, you just, sometimes your folks would go out and you'd see someone like wiping their eyes, and you're kind of in it, but every now and then I mean, I'm not Anthony Hopkins where I don't see anything. It's just like you'd see, wow, you're affecting people. And then people would come and tell you, wow, that was, we enjoyed that. And a lot of the people I was working with in New York were Columbia graduate students who had studied acting, and I was getting better reviews from the local little things and the papers and stuff like that. Not the New York Times, but like stuff that homeless people slept under. It seems insensitive, but it keeps you warm, puts them in your shoes. I was almost homeless, so I can make that joke. I had a basement apartment that the rats would scratch so bad that kept me awake, and that's why I moved to California. That and a show called me. So anyway, I ramble and go off on tangents. You probably noticed that. My head's like a cartoon. But no, so I did stand up, and then I really got into the stand up at one point because there was one place that would give you a beer and an appetizer, and I would work in a restaurant in the morning. When I finally quit the news job, I worked in a restaurant bar. Best job ever in New York City, because everybody had fancy drinks. It was a brew pub. It was literally pulling beers, where I learned how to properly pour Guinness. I know. Yeah. Right? I knew you'd all appreciate that. And I'm not sucking up here. It's like I'm really into it.
It's very important to Irish people that if you're pulling Guinness, you have to pull it right.
Oh, listen. I almost assaulted a woman one time because she's like, "Can I get you, hun?" Like, oh, give Guinness. I'll have a pint of Guinness. And she walked over, put it down, just tit it, and then went over to do something. I'm like, "Hey, you got a 45-degree angle. What are you doing? 45 degree up, 2/3 turn. Wait." I'll tell you. So this is I'm gonna clean it up, because I'm sure there's underage people here. But one of my favorite stories. And I'll say, okay, a good friend of mine is from Dublin area, Shay Dempsey. He says, "Oh, mate, you got to go get yourself a pint over at Neary's off Grafton Street, one of the oldest pubs you maybe might know about, Neary's." So my first time, I go over and I sit down. I said, "A pint of Guinness." He's like, "Yep." And the guy comes over, and he's just, it's like noon, and he just already looks pissed, and not pissed, angry, pissed, he's drunk. He already just. And he pours it, right, and I'm just watching it, and then he finally finishes it, and he brings it over, puts it down, and it's still cascading, and I just love to look at it, and I grabbed the glass, and I just started to turn it, and he goes, "Don't you fucking touch it!" I'm like, "Huh?" He goes, and I know, I just watching it, he goes, "Don't fucking touch it." And then, and he stood there, crossed his arms, and watched it with me. And then I have to, and he just finally just goes, now you come. Now, he goes, now he gave me permission to drink it. And I was just like, and I loved him for it. I loved him for it. It's just, I think I grew up in New England, and if you insult a New Englander, that means we're friends. That's just like, so when he was like, it was brilliant. And it was one of the first proper pours I've ever had, because they just, anyway.
I can certainly recommend.
Nobody really cares about my Guinness habits here.
I can certainly recommend Neary's. Yes, it's a fabulous pub.
Yeah, I take all suggestions, because I have a few days here. I'm gonna be drinking quite a bit of it.
We'll talk backstage. I know a few places.
Oh, like that. No, no. Oh, don't I? That's my new one. I wake up in the morning after a con on first day, and I sound like, oh, Harry Potter, come over here. That's my new Robbie Coltrane, Harry Potter. I don't know why. It's like, this is what I do. Drives my wife crazy. Be walking around going, blah, 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 blah. She said, what are you doing? I said, I think I can put that in a cartoon. That's not a joke. It's terrifying in my head. Poor woman.
Right, we're going to talk about
Thank God for handcuffs. Am I right?
We talk about a couple of characters now, and I have to say this, because I said the majority of people want me to talk about it. Nathan Drake.
Never heard of him. Yeah.
Tell us a bit about the experience of creating that character.
Tom Holland is amazing. Everybody sits there. Somebody came up and goes, are you upset that when you Google Nathan Drake, Tom Holland comes up now? I'm like, I didn't know that until you just said it, but I'm fine with it. By the way, I really do. He's a lovely guy. He's great. And I thought he did a great job. If you're wondering, I really thought he did a great job. They wanted to see where was Nathan Drake in his 20s. He's a fan of the game. He played with his brothers. He's arguably one of the biggest box office stars, and I wish him all the best. They flew me to Barcelona to do my cameo with him. He couldn't have been nicer. The scene that you saw in the movie isn't even what was written. We played with it until what happened came out. They were collaborative, so kind. It was great. And I didn't want to do it. I kept telling him, I was like, no, I don't want to be a distraction, until one of the Sony execs called and said, we really need you to do this movie. Do you need more money? What are you doing? I'm like, no, it's not about money. I don't want to. He goes, no, you're not a distraction. And here's the deal. No one is going to believe you turned us down. And if you're not in the movie, we're going to get just murdered in the press. And the fans are going to hate us. Please come do the movie. I'm like, okay, fine. So, wow, you saw a 7-second movie then. She said she only went to the movie to see me. I'm like, well, that's a short movie. Hey, what the hell happened to you two? Ready? Here's the scene. What happened to you two? Oh, that's his eye. Oh, the car fell on a plane. Something like that happened to me once. Good luck. Thank you. There it is. You just saw the movie again. Did you see me in Star Trek? Power coming online, sir. That'll be $12.50. It's funny. It's like each of those little cameos, it's a week. You go to Barcelona for a week. The only problem is it was the middle of the pandemic, and I flew to Barcelona on what I call the murder plane. They put me on this beautiful first-class seat. I'm like, oh no, this is right. This is movie living. It was like I got up to pee at one point. You know, watch a movie, you're like tired, you had something to eat, and you get up. Where is everybody? Like, okay, I got up, and if everybody just kind of turned around and looked at all the empty seats there, that was the plane I was on. Nobody was flying in October 2020. And I was waiting for Sam Jackson to burst out, going, we got to get off this plane. I'm like, Pee. Snakes? No. Jaguars? I don't know. I don't do Sam Jackson. Can't do that one.
So obviously, you've done Nathan Drake multiple occasions, but did you think when you first did it that you would continue to do it?
No. You know, that's what I tell people all the time. There's no such thing as Uncharted 1, right? We had no idea there would be a sequel. And the first game was successful, but not nearly as successful as the second one. In fact, from what I've been told, the more people bought Uncharted Drake's Fortune, the first game, after they had played the second game. But the second game blew up, as any fan of the game knows. I mean, it it won more Game of the Year awards everywhere, won everything for anything. And which is great because by the time we got to Uncharted 3, we're like, this is great. We're on rails, and they were talking about the fourth one while we were doing the third one. But no, there's no 5. No, I don't work for Naughty Dog. I don't know, but nobody's contacted me, and Naughty Dog is really into The Last of Us. Amy Hennig has left for Skydance. She's doing some game, I think with Captain America, some kind of a Marvel property that I read about. I haven't talked to her, but I read about that. So I don't know if it would really be an Uncharted. I mean, I just don't know if it wouldn't be if all those pieces were there. Can you capture that magic again? I don't know.
Would you like to continue it on? Or did you like to keep
Yeah,
going
there's
with it?
kids in college now. Are you kidding? Anybody with young kids, they only get more expensive.
Good to know.
No, but in all seriousness, of course. I mean, it was the role. It is my, people say, what was your break? What was your role of a lifetime? This is my Indiana Jones, my Han Solo, same actor. He got 2. No, but it really is. It's I was thinking about it, and that role alone has gotten me roles in movies and television shows because the producers or directors were fans of the game. J.J. Abrams, I was working with him on something else, and he found out it was Nathan Drake. He's like, "You want to do Star Trek? We're doing Star Trek now." And I'm like, "I'll audition." He goes, No, you can't be Kirk, but I'll throw you in the bridge somewhere. And I'm like, and he did. And it was brilliant. It was great. I smoked a cigar with Peter Weller. RoboCop, right there with me. And I don't smoke cigars, but I did with Peter Weller. Anyway, but it's also afforded me to come to Dublin, to be to the UK, Jordan, Norway. I mean, I've done either conventions or publicity for Sony all over the world, to the point where I think I've traveled more than Nathan Drake has because of Nathan Drake. So it's an amazing amount of gratitude and a little bit of bemusement. Like, did I ever think this would happen? No, I can't believe I'm from Rhode Island, which is the smallest state in the United States, to the point where it's kind of just a city. And people are like, what part of Rhode Island? Just outside Providence. Everything's just outside Providence. So no, it's brilliant to be able to do this. And looking back, it just feels like, I always wanted this, but I didn't think growing up this was something that you could do. I used to watch the Johnny Carson, who nobody, unless you're older than me or my age, knows. And I used to sit there going, pretend to be interviewed by him. And I wanted to play baseball as a kid. And I mean, I didn't think acting was a job, but I always felt like that'd be cool. And it's so, and just even to be here and to be able to talk to you and have anybody who cares to listen to me, what I have to say, it's pretty amazing.
Just a couple of other roles in that, and I only realized this recently when I was trying to do my research, that you did Penguin in the Arkham series.
Yeah.
Wow. One of my favorite characters in all of the games. I absolutely love him. But I didn't realize it was you.
Oh, that was me, mate. Oh, yeah, it was. You know what? It was actually really cool. Rocksteady, a developer out of London. It came along at a great time, and I always give them credit for this, because I had done some animation with Warner Brothers. But right around that time, Assassin's Creed, Uncharted, a game called another game, about 4 or 5 games, Shadow Complex, another one, where they just at the time, nobody really paid attention to the voice acting. And I always felt my job was to be part of the sound effects. If you paid attention to a performance in a game at that time, early on, it was distracting. It took away from what was going on. And the play's the thing, is the old adage. So you just didn't, you wanted to kind of blend in. Sergeant Randall in one of the Call of Duties, follow me, get to the hedgerow, take out that turret. You just wanted, like, that's part of the sound effects that gets you immersed. There wasn't really narrative storytelling. It was that type of stuff. It was basically, you were the smaller characters in the movie before there were, because the player is basically the star. So I never, you never really thought that was, you always wanted to blend into that. But all the characters who I started doing, all these other games, they were like, this guy stinks. He sounds the same in everything. Because that's all they wanted. They were just, nobody said they wanted a voice. You might do. And then Rocksteady came along and they were like, so we want him to do this is funny. And they want him to do this bad Cockney. Because I'm going there, and I've actually studied the stuff, and I watched, and I grew up on BBC, so I watched Fawlty Towers, all Benny Hill and Monty Python, the Flying Circus. I know Father Ted. I mean, I've watched these shows, and I could see these things. So the accents, I would always play around, and then I was like, well, just like in the United States, you could be from Boston talking like this, and then you go down south and you have an accent like this. Over in Texas, it's a little harder. And then you get up to California, and it's just kind of elongated a little bit on a stereotypical way. Then, oh gosh, yeah, I go up in Minnesota in that part of the country, and it's just harder, that kind of thing. And it's the same way in the UK. I started, let's go down to the pub. And then if you go to the pub up in Manchester, the pub, and then down in Cornwall, they start saying the R's better. My father was a netter and his father was a netter. And you're like, and I would start trying to pick those up. So when I walked into with Rocksteady, British developers, we start talking like that. We found a voice that he was going to talk like this, and we're doing it. And he's like, and they would sit there and they go, no, say it like this. I'm like, I thought it sounded, say, you go into the pub, he said, no, I want you to say it like this. I said, it sounds kind of American. They go, yeah, we want it to be kind of, he's an American who grew up in London, so he doesn't quite get the act. I was like, so you want me to do a kind of a bad Cockney sort of? He goes, yeah. I said, everybody's going to think I stink at it. And they go, yeah, but that's what we want. And I'm like, so I'm going to have to go to cons for the rest of my life going, I did it purposely like that. But most Americans can't tell. So it's just your, oh, they're Batsy. So, yeah, it was one of my favorites because they allowed me to do something different. And then when people found out, you're the Penguin, I'm like, I didn't know that you could do that. And that opened up other opportunities to do all kinds of different stuff. Because that's the fun. It's a little vocal gymnastics fun of the job.
It was definitely, when I was researching, it was definitely a shock for me. I was like, wow, that can't be right. And then you confirmed it in an interview that I saw.
Well, I tell people, anybody who wants to actually do this, there's no such thing as a bad impression. That's an original character. As I once took a Sean Connery like this, and I was like, yes, sure. And you don't even have to say words, just, yes. Yes. Remember Sean Connery is in Highlander? I'm from Spain. Yes. And now I'm Hunt for Red October. I am Russian. Vasily, one ping only. So you take that voice, and all of a sudden you take that off and you put on a southern accent. And now this is someone who sounds kind of like Foghorn Leghorn with that accent. And then you just bring it up a little higher like this, and you just got another character, don't you? There, just got to play around with it, don't you? And then you just keep going in there, and all of a sudden, then all right. It's all this. Put a little whistle on that. You stand your gut. Put a little whistle on that. You got something sweet right there, baby.
And then you just bring it up there, and all of a sudden, Chris, got them muscly on paper, boy.
So you just go all around. There's a little roadmap, and just you play around till the director goes, "Do that."
That was brilliant.
That's what we do. Anytime I do Rick and Morty, they go, "Okay, what does this guy sound like?" They go, "You tell us." I'm like, "What if it's like a John F. Kennedy?" And they're like, "Just do that."
And what if he's like a little boy and he talks like?
I don't know. It's weird, but that's how we do it. We kind of just play around till they go, "Yeah, no, go back to that one."
You have huge range there. My God, that was
yeah,
amazing.
but you don't have to have huge range because, quite frankly, most of my career has been this Nathan Drake. Yeah, those are just the fun roles. I mean, I'm the only one who's like Nathan Drake, hero, David, Last of Us, evil, and then I was Unsky, the Viking beaver, in a Nickelodeon show. My wife was so proud. I played Unsky, the beaver. She's like, "Great, get the chicken on the grill. I'm hungry." She can't light a grill. 24 years together, she can't learn how to light a grill. You're not taping this, right? She can't see this.
It's there's a live feed.
Oh, she doesn't know how to use a computer. And like I said, the handcuffs. I left her water.
So you mentioned there David from The Last of Us.
Yeah.
So obviously, Last of Us huge game, but now transitioning over to TV.
Yeah, it's great too.
What do you think about that?
I thought it's great. I had to catch up on it. People kept asking me. I'm like, I haven't had a chance to watch it. It's probably the best adaptation from a video game to a television show.
Yeah.
And I think it works that way. And I think games to TV series probably work better because a level is an episode. Or in this case, like their chapter is an episode. A game is literally written in episodic format, and I think that's why it's really hard for movies. Uncharted movie, if they had done a movie 1-to-1, somebody who looks like the character in the game, and we did it that way, I really don't think it would have worked. That's why I think to do it something different, that it's not it allows it to be its own thing. I think that production value, Pedro Pascal, Bella Ramsey, they're doing a great job. Seeing Troy get whacked in the throat, I was like, yes, dreamed of that for years. No, and but he did a great job, and I think it was just the only downside to that is if you play the game, you know what's going to happen, and you're just kind of waiting. But to see it done that way, I think is really exciting, and I think it's also really good for people who may not have played the game who watch that. It's like my wife's watched it. She's never played the game. She doesn't know about it, and she was like this is really good, really done well. And I'm like, yeah, they're doing it pretty much just like the game. So I think it's really, really well done.
I have to say, the very first episode, I found that it was almost shot for shot similarity between the game and the show. I was like, wow, that's just unbelievable.
There were parts of this last episode where David, the actor played David, where I remembered certain lines. How'd you put it, Ellie? Tiny pieces. And I'm sitting in my house going. It's like, she's like, tell him the one who broke your. And I'm going, yeah, I remember that. I could see the words on the page still. It was like, yeah, I remember that. So, yeah, I think they've really nailed it.
Okay. Right. Does anyone want to ask any questions? Now, there's mics on either side here, so if you want to just queue up and we go left to right, and we'll try and get as many of you in, okay? So
and I am obviously long-winded, so I will I don't want to be rude, but I'll be as quick so I can get to everyone's question.
Okay, we'll go with yourself.
Hi. So one of my favorite movies of all time is this obscure thing from 2007, TMNT. Anyone remember that?
Yes.
No? What is it? One of my favorite adaptations of the Turtles. I loved you as Raphael.
Thank you.
Would you ever, like, if the opportunity was presented to you, come back to that version of the Turtles?
Of course, 1,000%.
Yeah.
I auditioned for the TV show that they did right after that, and Sean Astin ended up playing Raphael. And I remember going in, and I did the ref. This, Raphael in the movie sounded just like this. I can remember how to do it, and I'll tell you why. That's my friend Mike Magiacomo I went to high school with. That's what he sounded. Hey, did you do your homework? I didn't do the chapter 5. And I'm like, so that just became Raph. He sounded like Raph. He kind of looked like a big turtle. And it was, so that was it. I did that, and they were like, okay, can you do it again? But we're going to drop the whole like East Coast New York accent kind of thing. And I went, really? And I remember going, what would it sound like then? And I remember, and they looked at it, and I said, do you have any other roles? They're like, you don't want to be Raph? I said, oh, I'd love to be, but that's my version. And I don't know. And they had cast the other turtles, and it wasn't the guys in it. I said, maybe the movie needs to stand alone. What do you got? And that's why I became Krang.
Yeah.
And I did. And then they let me do Krang, which was awesome because
Krang would come in and say, Krang wants to kill turtles.
Thank you. Is that it? Okay. And it's this, and everybody got paid the same amount. Yeah, 2 lines. Krang hate turtle. Great. I have a tea time at 9:30, so I'm out.
All right, thank you
very much.
By the way, I never had a tea time at 9:30.
I was wondering, in your career, what was the most challenging role for you?
Remy Duvall in Mafia 3 was this horrible Southern gentleman, racist, The game was set in 1967, Mississippi, Louisiana, Mississippi, and it was based on true events from the Civil Rights Movement. That's 1867. Not, I know that. But I had to, it was full motion capture, and I had to do some like really, I had to portray a really vicious, racist character who hung people and did these rants. He ends up getting crucified upside down and set on fire. Spoiler. But especially with motion capture, I mean, you're working with other actors, and I'm working with these. I'm looking in these eyes, and they're brilliant. You know, there's one guy where he's stringing him up, and he starts crying, and just wipe the tear, and it's like, it's okay, boy. It was just awful, and I ended up calling Alan Tudyk, a buddy of mine who did the movie 42 about Jackie Robinson. He had to do the same thing. He said, you were on a mocap stage with like 20 people. He said, I had like 2,000 extras in a baseball stadium, and I'm screaming the N-word over and over at Chadwick Boseman. How do you think I felt? And I was like, so not about you, Alan. I called you because I was having a problem. But he had gone through the same thing. And it's part of the job to portray things so people don't forget the history. Because, you know, if you forget the history, if you ignore it, you're bound to repeat it. And I think this was the way they framed it. The game was, you know, not everybody's going to learn about this or care about this, but they may play the game and go, wait, was this real? And it was, sadly, a real sad part of our history. So that was most challenging. It was because most of the time it's fun and you're playing the bad guy, but when you do something that's kind of based on something historical and has that kind of social implication, it was hard to swallow. Even if you're playing pretend, because you want to do it really well, and then you're afraid somebody's going to go, he's not that good of an actor, you know. It's like, is he really? It's like, no, I'm not. And everybody who really knows me knows you're not. So. And I think you have to not be to portray it truthfully that way. I think you really, because if you are, it just comes across. It's weird. I don't know how to explain it, but it was difficult.
Thank you very much. Yourself.
Everything else in my career, piece of cake. It's not a hard job.
I just want to just say that like I grew up playing Call of Duty Black Ops Zombies, like.
And you hate Dempsey, yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I also grew up playing the Batman Arkham series. I also grew up watching Young Justice, so you've definitely impacted a lot of stuff that I played and watched. So I want to thank you for your performance in them. It was incredible. You know, following you through the years of Edward Richtofen, Superboy, and the Penguin.
Thank you.
Like, it's an honor to actually really, talk to you.
Well, thank you.
My question is, what was it like to be in the same cast as like the late and iconic Kevin Conroy, and Mark Hamill is also iconic for his Joker performance?
Okay, so I knew who Kevin Conroy was and Mark Hamill before I ever decided to do this. But you know, I mean, it's odd because I could show you my phone and I have both their phone numbers. I still have Kevin's in my phone. You know, I still have Mark's in my, and I mean, I dressed as Mark. I was Luke Skywalker for Halloween, you know, I mean, as a kid. And
I told him the story. He thinks it's adorable. And that's exactly what he sounds like.
No, but, and Kevin is just iconic. And a lot of people don't realize what a great theater and brilliant Broadway actor he was. And I remember one of the first times we were doing a lot of times we recorded alone, but I would often see, because Kevin lived in New York and he would fly in every now and then. And I remember walking into a session and the two of them we had to do some lines together. And they just walk in, they're like, hey, Nolan, he's like, hey, and you know, get up, give you a hug, and you're like, it was surreal. It's like, these are heroes of mine. You know, I know people, it's hard to kind of gauge, but like, I know people come up to the table, say hi, you come to see me talk, and thank you so much. I have that same feeling when I saw them. He was iconic, and I'll miss Kevin all the time. I remember one time we were at a convention and his table was right next to mine, and somebody got an autograph of a penguin, and I signed it, and I looked, And he just sat there and he just happened to glance over and said, "Look there, Batsy, they like the penguin too." And everyone kind of laughed and he went, "Nobody likes you, Cobblepot." And he stood on the chair and did the whole, "For I am the Batman, I am the knight." And he did the whole speech and I was like, and he sat down. I'm like, "How do I follow that?" He goes, "You don't." He was awesome. He was so great. So yeah, I was a bit starstruck. Same thing happened with Peter Cullen when I did the Transformers, because I had to think, Optimus, what do we do? And I'm in my headphones and he's like 5 feet away from me and I hear, "Autobots roll out." I went, and I ruined the take because I giggled.
Thank you very much for your question. Yourself.
Hi, I'm
Hey.
a really big fan. I just wanted to ask you, you work a lot in mocap. What are the biggest challenges and what was the biggest thing you had to learn from doing that over the years?
Gordon Hunt directed all of the Uncharted games. Helen Hunt's dad, he's a brilliant director, did animation. He said always, it's very much like theater. And like early theater, we called black box theater, where there's very few props because you couldn't afford it. But it was be very specific. And when you're doing scenes with everybody, it's so important to connect with that person and what you're talking about. And people say, "How do you do it?" Because there's nothing here. It's like, yeah, or everything's here. And the best example I can give you, because, I could give you some artsy thing. As an actor, you want to really focus and everything. Here's the deal. You ever watch kids who are like 6, 7 years old play? Not in a creepy way. I mean, like if it's your family. I don't want you standing out there going, Ricky Gervais joke. But, they're going to go out and they're going to be playing, the clubhouse up there is suddenly it's a pirate ship. And they got sticks that are swords. Or maybe one day it's the Millennium Falcon, and then the same stick is now a blaster. They're so into it. They're so into their imagination and playing and what that they see, the X-Wing fighter coming at them. They see whatever. If mom walks out or dad walks out and goes, "Hey, you guys want a sandwich?" They're just going to stop and go, "Peanut butter and jelly," and get right back into it. They're not going to like, "Damn it, Dad, you broke my center. Everyone back to zero. We'll start this again." It's make-believe. It's playing. And if you can just drop your being self-conscious at all and really absorb the script that they've given you and really connect with each other, you're just playing make-believe and professionally for money. It's crazy. And Graham McTavish played Lazarevich in Uncharted 2 so well and we became such good friends that he was Cutter in Uncharted 3, Nate's best friend. And I remember watching him as Lazarevich, and I'd known him before, and we did the scene, and it was one of the early scenes we did with him was where he gets and he goes, "So this is the little man causing me all this trouble." And I kind of smiled. And out of the script, he goes, "What are you smiling at, Drake?" In a take. And I was like, and it scared me. And I was like, and it scared me truthfully, though. It was like, "What are you laughing at, Nolan?" And it brought me right back to, and it was like, "Oh man, you got to step up your game because this guy's really good." And it was just this eye-opening moment in that game where it's like, and man, from there on, he helped make me a better actor you commit 100%. And I goof around more than anybody, but when we're in it, we're in it. And then we have fun. I'm a lot of fun.
There we go. Thank you very much. I'm only going to get probably 1 or 2 more questions in, so we'll see how we get on.
I'll go faster. There's not that many people. Okay.
Yeah. I'll try and keep it quick. Just that I'm very curious about just for nearly any voice actor in general, but I noticed because I'm not very good at games. There's been a lot of times I've played where I've heard you screaming a lot from falling from a great height as Nathan Drake, and I've been thinking to myself, "Geez, his voice must be killing him after those takes." But is there a way to that voice actors in general would be managed?
I can't teach it, but it was taught to me. Both my parents did musical theater in college and stuff like that, and they would sing around the house. And there's a diaphragm technique. You don't scream from the throat; you scream from your chest.
Yeah.
And I don't know why. I've only lost my voice on one game early in my career. I decided to do a Russian like this. "So idiot, but you cannot yell from the diaphragm like this. So I was yelling Vasily," and I actually lost my voice. And but 2 days later it's fine.
Yeah.
Honey, tea and honey, it's fine. And yeah, I yell a lot. I'm loud.
Yeah.
I'm going to try to go. I don't mean to be rude. I'll go quicker.
I was just going to ask, what would Deadpool and David think about visiting Ireland? How would they talk about it?
Everybody looks really tasty. Tiny little Irish pieces. That's what Irish stew is, isn't it now? But yeah, let's talk about blood sausage.
All right. Thanks, man.
Hi, just a quick question. How did you find the TV version of David compared to your own one?
I thought he was great. A little bit different, but he still had the kind eyes, and I think that's the thing. You wanted it to be someone who looks like you trusted, and they went a little deeper into his thing, but it showed how these people that he was taking care of were his flock. You know, I enjoyed that guy's performance, the actor's performance. So, you know, if they had called me and asked me, you know, I would have played it a little different. But so would any actor, you know, if you got anybody. But I think he had a really kind looked like somebody that they would, the town, the commune would follow and trust. So he looked trustworthy, you know, and I think that trustworthy and kind. So when he flips that switch, I think that's what's important. You got to see that turn.
That was great. Cheers. Thanks.
Thank you.
I think we have time for one more, so go ahead.
So one of my favorite games of all time is Spec Ops: The Line, and you voiced such a very tragic character. What was it like going from cool, like military guy to just, oh God, what happened?
We had three. So anybody who knows Spec Ops: The Line, we had three. We called it a level 1, 2, and 3. And what it was for was, you know, just regular. He's all right, boys, let's go. We got to keep moving. Welcome to Dubai, gentlemen. And then he gets just a little more. He just sounds like he's just really tired and you know, anxious. And then the third one, just where he's lost his mind. And we, you know, you have to get a little breath, kind of literally get yourself a little bit out of breath for it. But the thing about Spec Ops that was really cool was Walt Williams' brother was in the military, and he said, you know, the problem with these games is you go and it was that game where you get a choice. Do you do A or B? And A's right or B's wrong or vice versa. He said, but in the military, sometimes you make a choice and both outcomes stink. And that sparked the idea where, whatever you do, you pick, and it's like, play the game. You'll see, like you have to make a choice. They're both going to really mess with you psychologically. That was the kind of thing.
We're going to have to lead the questions, unfortunately, because we're just a bit running out of time.
Any other questions that you may have? I'm back at the tables all day.
There you go.
I do photo ops in the back of the tables, and I'm not just like, hey, yeah, you go. You have a question, I try to answer it. Shorter.
So before I let you go, I have to ask, I know it's probably going to be difficult, but can you give me one of your favorite lines that you've done in any of your characters before I let you go?
One of my favorite lines? I've kind of done a lot, right?
Yeah. Well, a little bit.
Nathan Drake. Oh, crap. It's iconic. Destiny. Eyes up, Guardian. I live in your backpack. That's a great one. I hate you, Dempsey is one of the best ever. Although somebody gave me a great line that Rick Tofen had. My favorite line in any game I ever did, though, is the Deadpool game. They were doing something, and I said, wouldn't it be funny? The game premise of the video game is where Deadpool's making his own video game. And I said, what if he called me? And they were like, what do you mean? I said, what if he wanted me in the game? And I was like, I wasn't sure if I wanted. They said, you want to do that? And I said, I said, yeah, roll something. And I improv'd a phone call from Deadpool to myself. And my final line is basically, I just say, he's like, yeah, no, listen, I'm just putting together a little game. I thought, you like to do this. Yeah, well, you can't call me directly. You got to talk to my agent. Yeah, but we're old pals. We got to do the thing. Yeah, you really can't. I don't know if I'd be interested in, are you going union? He's like, yeah, we're union, schmunion, whatever. And I don't remember even what happens, but I do remember at the very end, I go, yeah, I really can't do this. Talk to my agent or I can't, I'm out. And I then said, yeah, well, F you, Nolan. But I didn't say F. You get it. And I I got to tell myself, and I think that, and they were in the booth. They go, "Can we use that?" I'm like, "Yeah, it's funny." And they were like, "Oh my God, yes, we're using that." And it was all improv. And I told myself that.
Ladies and gentlemen, massive round of applause for Mr. Nolan North.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody. We'll see you out there.
Thank you very much.
On your knees.
Okay, chop it off.
Chop it off. Let's do it. Oh, we got him now. You know what? I'm thinking there are probably sharper stairs somewhere else.
We're thieves, but we help the wrong person steal the wrong thing and unleash the greatest evil the world has ever known.
The Red Wizards created an army of the undead.
Sounds lovely.
Quite the opposite.
I know, I was being ironic.
I find irony is a blade that cuts he who wields it most especially.
You're not a lot of fun, are you? How are we gonna pull this off?
We're gonna need a team.
You need cool air.
Follow me to the orifice.
Back to school air.
The orifice? I'll go last.
Let's go.
I don't mind that. He missed.
Oh, that's not good. Aren't you sick of failing? We can die.
There's worse things than dying.
I lost everything that ever mattered to me, and if we quit now, that's for nothing.
I don't want to see you die, which is why I'm going to leave the room.
This ends now.
The bridge is protected by an ancient trap. We must not trigger the mechanism.
I may have.
And it is my pleasure to introduce you to our next guest. Please put your hands together for Michelle Gomez. Yeah, welcome.
Hello, hello. God, it's very bright.
It is. Gotta make sure you're well lit. Now, how have you been enjoying Ireland? Because I do know it got off to a bit of a bumpy start. Have you recovered from your brush with the law?
I know, bloody hell. Yes, that was quite a welcome. So I was, when you come through and there's that sign that says once passed, like you can't go back. It sounds like some kind of ominous message from the universe. But so I did, obviously, because I was going through the exit. And then this really angry little man who just got redder and redder. And the more red he got, the more I started to giggle, which I don't think he enjoyed. I was trying to remain respectful, obviously. But when he started to say, I'm going to press my panic button, I was like, okay, go on then. And he's like, I will. And I was like, go on then. You seem pretty panicked. So yeah, and then he said, I'm going to arrest you. I'm going to get the police. And I said, you know what? I'm going to go and get the police. So I went and found a policeman quicker than he could. And his name was Paul, who's now Saint Paul. And he said, what's the matter? What's going on? And I won't do an Irish accent. And I said, I left my phone and I can't get back. And this wee guy won't let me back through again. And he went, oh, come on, I'll just get it for you. So we went back to the angry wee man. And he was like, that's, I need her arrested. And he was like, a wee yourself just comes through. And he looked like he was going to explode. His head was so red.
Because Irish people are so known for being so welcoming, but well,
no, I don't know. And then this other passenger tried to help my plight, and the wee guy said, "I'm going to arrest you too." And I said, "Well, you're going to arrest everybody. I mean, what this? My God." Anyway,
oh dear. Well, hopefully the weekend has been going a bit better.
It's been fantastic.
Meeting everybody.
I got to meet all you fuckers. It's been brilliant. It's been so good. Oh my God, I got some lovely things. I'm adorned, beautiful, all sorts of things. Wearing my Miranda coat for certain people, for you.
I know, because when I saw you backstage, I was just like, hang on a minute. That looks awfully familiar.
I stole it. I just stole it. Yeah. That just dropped into my bag when I was wrapping up.
Have you stolen anything else from other sets?
Actually, I'm doing myself an injustice there. They gifted it to me because I was such a good actor.
Which you were.
Oh, hell yes. No, I'm not sure many people can pull off a purple leather trench coat. So I was like, I can wear that. I'll have it.
Yeah, you're like, keeps. And so you are, of course, you hail from Scotland, very proud Scot. And even though a lot of people would probably assume that you do have some Irish heritage, there's no Irish heritage, but you do have some, am I correct in saying Montserrat?
I do. My dad was from Montserrat. And but then the to get a little funky, so the family moved to Antigua. And this is a long time ago. So Dad came across to Edinburgh, to Scotland, for an education, and met my mum. And all of his brothers and sisters, they all came across to Scotland to be educated, and they all went back to Antigua, except my dad. And so me and my brothers were always like, what the fuck? Fucking hell.
We could have lived in the Caribbean.
We lived in the Caribbean and we're in Paisley. So yeah, there's a mix there.
And did you have any sort of like local traditions that you'd have in the house growing up or anything like that? Or
well, that was the thing, because when you're growing up, you kind of like whatever's presented to you is your normal. And so for us, it was all Harry Belafonte and Calypso and rum and that sort of thing. And then I go to my friend's house and it was like shortbread and tartan and whiskey, and it was like
iron brew.
An iron brew. And it was just, I think, when I started to get a little bit older, I realized, oh, this is kind of like slightly different heritage in my family.
And I actually read another interview that you'd done a couple of years ago, and you were saying how it was Kiss Me Kate was the film that you kind of went, ooh, maybe I want to be an actress. Is that correct?
It was Kiss Me Kate, but wasn't the movie. It was a production at the King's Theatre in Glasgow of Kiss Me Kate. And I don't know, I must have been like 8 years old or something. And I was convinced that they were like, talking to me, and they weren't, obviously, but there was some kind of connection there that I felt. And I was just really transported to a different place, I think. And I was just in awe. It really caught my imagination and inspired me to try and be an actor myself.
And is it true that you were originally sort of thinking you'd go into more dramatic roles until someone pointed out to you that you had a knack for comedy?
Oh my God. So I tried everything. Like it was really it was I was a slow burn. People didn't really know what to do with me and or my face or anything until I became, the go-to witch or bitch that I am today. But back then, it was like I was starting out and I didn't really know who I was or what my strengths were. And so I would basically do anything I could get my hands on. And so I would do some Ibsen, I would do some Pinter, I would do some Shakespeare. And, Ibsen isn't known for its laughs. And I was doing the Master Builder at the Theatre Royal with Brian Cox, and I was his Kaya Fosley. And I think one of the reviews was, "You've never seen Michelle Gomez so funny in such a funny role." And of course, here was I thinking I was doing a very serious, dramatic performance. But I don't intend to be funny. Like it's not. I don't know. It's just like maybe I have funny bones or something, but that's not. I just I don't know why. I don't know why people find me funny because I'm not really that funny. I'm always a wee bit of a disappointment when you meet me.
Not at all. And what I know a lot of people here probably love to be hearing more about, Sabrina and Doctor Who and a couple of other roles. But the first one that I want to talk about is Green Wing. Because what an absolutely brilliant show, brilliant team, brilliant cast to be a part of. And like that was really like your breakout role in terms of your screen debut.
It was. And actually I will never forget there was a moment where I was going for that meeting. And I looked in the mirror and I was in the hall and I looked in the mirror and I was like, this is it. This is the last time I'm doing this because I couldn't get arrested. I couldn't get any work. It just was not happening for me. And I was like, so I'd sort of went in with this attitude of like, I don't give a fuck. Right. And it was for a one-line role basically. And I remember I did some weird thing with an envelope. I was doing some like licking thing or something, and they seemed to like that. And then I had to do an improvisation with Steve Mangan, who was in it, and he was wonderful. And I just tore him a new asshole. I mean, I just like went for him, like. And they thought that this was very funny, and so that's when Sue White was born as this sort of. This intensely passionate woman, and that really, I think it was a joke that she was like, the staff liaison officer who really didn't care about anything that you had to say, and was just a fucking nutter. When you shut the door, there was one time I remember where they literally locked the camera off on that set on Sue White's office, and they went for lunch and just left me fucking around and used some of that footage.
That's amazing. Because I was actually thinking, because Green Wing actually used a lot of improv. And I know like Parks and Rec gets so much credit for being so innovative with it being so improv based. But Green Wing kind of did it first.
Green Wing was not, just to be clear, was beautifully written and was not improv based. We got to play. It was, I think there was some money left in the budget at the end of the tax year, and they got a bunch of actors and stuck us in a room with some writers, and we were there for like 3 months hot housing this show. And none of us realized that it was going to be this big hit at the time, because we were just sort of fanning about with each other. But the real talent were the writers, and so you're brought together, this culmination of materials that we'd built in 3 months and created this show, Green Wing. So there was definitely a script, but we were also encouraged to be free with it as well.
Okay, so you had room to sort of, you had the wiggle room that sometimes
There
you
was a lot
need.
of wiggling. Yeah, there was a lot of wiggling. Yeah.
All right. Well, look, from Green Wing, you have a number of roles, but I cannot let you leave the stage without talking about Doctor Who. Because Missy, like what a gift that role was, because it was just spectacular. And you looked like you were having an absolute blast throughout.
Yeah.
So was it as fun as it looked?
It was, yeah, it really was. And yeah, I owe all of that comfortability, I guess, to Stephen Moffat, because he knew my voice and he wrote to all my strengths. And so, you know, I got to be as good as I could be and as relaxed as I could be, because it was as close to the little minx that's inside me, and we all have this little minx inside all of us. And so he really brought that out on the page, and so I could get to really feel, you know, relaxed and free.
Because am I right in saying the role was actually written for you, like with you in mind?
I think it maybe ish, yeah. And then the story goes, and it's not a story, this is true. I was offered another role on Doctor Who, and I couldn't do it. I was doing something else at the time, and I was absolutely gutted. And you always think as an actor that you'll never get asked again. And so I wrote to Stephen Moffat, and I was really apologetic that I wasn't available physically because I don't have a TARDIS. I can't be into once, but boom. And I was like, you know, if you ever need a high cheekbone, blue-eyed villain, I'm your man. And he was like, well, funny you should say that. How about you play the master? And I was like, but that's a male role. And he went, well, not now.
So you knew from the off that Missy was the master then?
I had a year of the Mona Lisa smile, because I had the secret for about a year when I was like, really wanted to tell everybody. And I couldn't, so I kept that secret safe.
I was going to say, did you almost slip up throughout that
I didn't
year?
tell anybody. I told my husband, Jack, and obviously my agent knew, and that was it.
Well done. Because one thing that I've learned from chatting to people who's like, I've had to keep spoilers for like so long. It's like, you do end up letting slip every now and again.
Right, yeah.
I think, was it a John Boyega being like, I told the taxi man I got cast in Star Wars the minute I got cast.
No, I was like, because I'm such a nerd at heart as well. Like, I'm such a Doctor Who fan, and I would be so gutted to like have that just, you know, but anticipation is something we rarely have in this world that we live in today. Like, everything's like, we think of it, we have it straight away. But anticipation is such an exciting, wonderful thing that we don't get much of now. So I didn't want to rob that of the fans. Like, it was such a huge storyline, it's such a big reveal. I wanted it to have that massive impact and not just sort of tweet it away.
So I'm assuming then, did you probably avoided then all the fan theories going around, because there was like the Missy mystery, because people kind of had a feeling that there was something going on, and there were a lot of fan theories going around. So did you read them at all, or were you kind of like, no, I better not?
No, there were a few that kind of like, even if you don't go down a social media route, you know, there's things that will, you know, bubble up to the surface, and, you know, friends of friends of friends will sort of say, you know, tell you what they've heard. So, you know, I heard a few theories along the way, but, you know, I don't know. I try not to look at stuff too closely.
Well, I think one thing that we can all agree on is that Missy has one of the most iconic looks, I think, from Doctor Who, and across like the weekend we have seen quite a few, like literally embodying you. Did you have any hand in creating that almost kind of like Mary Poppins-esque kind of look?
Yeah, the joke is that Mary Poppins is the most evil woman in the universe, because you have to have a firm hand if you're dealing with all those children. But I did not. No, I can't take credit for that. That was Stephen Moffat again. You know, he had a very definite vision in his mind, and so yeah. I mean, there was a moment where I went from black to purple. But I didn't have much hand in any of that, really.
Fab. Well, look, you've said it yourself. It's like you've kind of found a little bit of a niche that you found, like, that you are like go for villains and things like that, and you do embody them quite well. But that's more so because you can always find some sort of like a redeeming quality. Has there ever been a role that you've really struggled to find that little niche that you can kind of relate to?
No, there's always something. There's always something about a person, even those people that you really don't like on we all come across them. But I just can find a way now at my grand old age to find something in a person that's likable and redeemable, I guess. And even the most evil person in the world is like that because there's a reason behind that. So I'm always interested to know what that reason might be.
Yeah, no one is ever the villain in their own story.
No, that's true. God, that's so wise.
You can steal that one if you need to.
I have. It's gone in there. I have it.
Because one thing I always notice with the character of Lilith, Madam Satan in Chilling Adventures of Sabrina, is that even though she was a villain per se, she was also kind of like almost like an anti-hero. You were almost rooting for her in certain moments.
That's good. I'm happy about that. I spend most of my professional life trying not to get killed off. So I'm always like, oh, are you gonna like me? Even if it kills you, you're gonna fucking like me. So it's I don't know. Like that's a sort of actor's plight. Like just you don't want to get killed off. I watched Galaxy Quest last night just because it was such a fitting thing to watch at the end of a convention day.
Definitely.
And I love Sam Rockwell's character where he's just always terrified that he's going to get killed off. And I can really relate to that.
Well, I always find that Lilith, I think, must have been such a blessing of a role because it gave you a chance to play both sides of the coin because you were essentially playing two characters.
Yeah, I mean, two sides of the same person, and we're all multifaceted. I mean, we all basically just show one version of ourselves out there in the real world, and then we go home and we put on our cons outfits and we pretend we're somebody else and have fun, So, but with Lilith, that was very definitely, the flip side of that coin, to be good and evil, but what I enjoyed doing with Lilith, who was meant to be the evil side of the flip side of that coin, was to try and find something in her that you could empathize with.
And was it always the plan to have you come back for season 2 as Madam Satan, as well as the teacher? Because at the beginning, when we were introduced to Lilith, she is played by a different actress, essentially. So was it always the plan to have you come back as her as well?
Like the younger Lilith?
Yeah.
We could,
That was just gone. Retcon.
Next. No, there was always, came on as a season regular, and the hope is that you will be invited back. And so I was.
Fab. Well, listen, on that note, if anybody has any questions for Michelle, we have 4 lovely microphones on either side. So there's 2 and 2. So if you'd like to line up, we've got some movement here. And the way we tend to do this, we always go like for a 1-for-1. So,
that's a good idea.
Alrighty, well, we've got someone over here, so we'll start on this side. Oh, yeah, feel free to tilt it down for you.
I was going to ask about Laura and Rita's relationship coming into part 2 of Doom Patrol Series 4.
What was that, sorry?
About Laura and Rita's relationship. Like, they're going back to friends now. Like, how's it going to develop?
Well, Laura and Rita, we need a spin-off. Laura and Rita.
I support it.
April and I are now like rooting for that, and I'm only half kidding. Like I loved April Bowlby and loved working with her, and she's just a fantastic actress, and she just did such a great job with a wonderful character. We had a really good, easy relationship. So I think that's why they wrote for us a lot together. We did a lot together. Most of my stuff was done with April.
I'm guessing the fandom loves Laura and Rita together so much as well.
Yeah, well, just get on that campaign. You guys have some
Straight
power,
on Twitter.
I just make more edits, encourage it more.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Now over here. Hi.
Who's your favorite Doctor from Doctor Who?
Well, I have to say that's a good question. Peter Capaldi, obviously, because he was my doctor, and like he's personally my favorite. But I have a soft spot for Matt Smith as well. I love Matt Smith. Love Matt Smith.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. It was a very nice question. Oh my God, I love your tutu and your Doctor Who doodah. Very good.
Brilliant. Over this side.
Hiya. First of all, sorry, but you're outrageously gorgeous. You're honestly, what the fuck? And you have a fantastic personality. I love your personality.
Thank you.
The question, though,
Nothing to be sorry about.
I mean, what do you like most about being an actor? Because I know that some of them love it because you get to meet people or have fun, or just like, you know, because you have talent. But what's your favorite thing?
I was actually talking about this the other day. So I'm doing SVU now with Mariska Haggerty, who's phenomenal. And you know, like the set was, I think we were 27 floors high, in a penthouse with 360-degree view of Manhattan, and looking down onto the library and Bryant Park. And so as an actor, you get to be in really unusual places that you would never get to go to normally, and have a little insight into these different worlds. I also like, there's a lot about being an actor that I love. So that's one thing. You're constantly in an adventure. And also I love that it kind of keeps you young, because you're always being asked to be present, because I can't just like turn up somewhere and just kind of phone it in. You know, hopefully I'm always like engaged. And I think if you're engaged and curious in the world, you kind of keep a sort of joy in your heart, and good stuff gravitates towards you because of that. And I think that's what acting and continually being in the business has given me, that sense of joy and adventure.
That's really nice. Thank you.
Thank you. You're gorgeous too.
Hi there. Just a quick question about Doctor Who. You're saying that you're offered a part originally, and can you tell who that is? And also, they had set up your character back in Matt Smith's era as the woman from the shop who gave Clara the phone number. So had you been cast at that point, or was there any plan to bring you in any earlier, possibly? Or
I don't know the timeline of that, to be honest. The first part that they offered me, I can't tell you what that is.
did that get used in the end, or is it like was it a character that actually was on the show, or you can't discuss it? Like,
yeah, that character did appear and was played by somebody else, and I'm really glad I didn't do that part, because I wouldn't have got to play Missy. And that was like one of the first times in my career where I've had the courage to say no, because as an actor, you really, like, I never know if I'm going to get another job, so to say no to anything goes against all of my instincts. But I had to say no because I couldn't physically be there. But it meant it gave way to something better, right? And I think it's hard for all of us to say no sometimes and know that something better is on the other side, because, you know, we like, as human beings, we tend to like to know what's coming. So saying no to things is very scary.
thank you.
Thank you.
But I did, so there.
Sarah, back this side.
Hi, Michelle.
Hi.
When you were doing Sabrina, I remember you said in an interview that you had partly based Lilith on Katharine Hepburn. I watched Keeper of the Flame recently, and Hepburn sort of gliding around being all mysterious, and I thought, my God, that's Lilith. She was even wearing the same dress at one point. So I wanted to ask you which aspects of, if you can remember which aspects of Lilith you based on Hepburn.
I can. I had never done an American accent before, and it's questionable today as to whether that was an American accent at the time. But to get into, I needed to get the voice. And I'm obsessed with Katharine Hepburn, and I just love her style and everything about her. And she just has this crazy, wonderful voice, which is kind of, there's a sort of Anglified tone to it. You know, she has that sort of transatlantic accent. I thought I could get away with being sort of American, kind of American English. And so if I pitch it there, then I could kind of get away with it. So I would just constantly have her playing in the background all the time. So it was really her voice I was trying to mimic or steal, just the kind of essence of it. Not to do an impersonation of her, but just to have the essence of it.
And it worked brilliantly. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Back over here.
Hi.
Hi.
I love your accent. I'm obsessed with it.
Thank you.
So my question is also on Sabrina. Lilith is known for her impeccable style, and so I was wondering, what was your favorite outfit that you got to wear on the show?
Oh, it was such a good one. There was two actually, maybe three. So one of them, the two of my most favorite ones were the most comfortable ones, but they also happened to be like gorgeous. And I think not just because they were comfortable, but it was like a long red kind of like dress coat, and it had kind of black, it was a velvet, and it had kind of like black veining throughout it with huge big fur cuffs. And that was just fabulous, like effortlessly fabulous. And then the other one was this green velvet one, which actually showed quite a lot of my boobs. I didn't realize how much until I saw it on the screen, and I was like, that's a décolletage right there. It really shouldn't, has no business of being in your living rooms right now. So those were the two.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you. Back over here.
Hi, Sabrina as well. I was wondering, what's it like working alongside Luke Cook? Because if his TikTok is anything to go by, he must be some crack on set.
The two of Luke and I are separated at birth. Luke would look at me and go, what? I'd never, wait. And I would look at him and go, what? Because like we were trying to do each other all the time. He is mental in a really good way. But I met Luke the first day on set for him was when he had to be bollock naked. And he doesn't care. He just doesn't give a fuck. And I said to him, oh, hello, so are you the actor that's going to be bollock naked? And he said, yes, I am. And he was given the chance to, I think, wear something to cover himself up. He didn't. And I had to act with that Adonis. The two of us, yeah, we really clicked. And
I'd
we
love to
had
see that blooper reel.
such a laugh. Oh, my God, such
Thank
a
you.
laugh. Hi.
Hiya. First of all, I love you.
Thank you.
Second of all, what were some of the highlights of working with Stephen Moffat and Peter Capaldi on Doctor Who?
Oof, so many. Well, Peter Capaldi, first of all, before I met him, he was like, I was a fan of his, right? Because he used to cut around Scotland, Glasgow. We're both from Glasgow, and he was a little bit older than me and went to Glasgow Art School, and he was on my radar, and he was just so cool, and he was like David Bowie of Paisley. He was just uber cool. So I was aware of him, and it meant that we had an instant shorthand. So the highlight for me was working with Peter and having that, a bit like with April, when you get to work with people that you're instantly comfortable with, then the best work can come from that. And Stephen Moffat, obviously, I owe so much to him because he was, because he knew my voice and wrote to my strengths. It meant that I could create a character that has a little bit of longevity. I love that people are still talking about her, and you know, long may that continue. And I'm so grateful to him, really. He changed my professional life.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi.
Yeah, next question.
Hello, my question is about Lilith and Zelda. So if you had the choice, what would you do for like a part 5 between them?
Sorry, I didn't quite.
Sorry.
Lilith and
Zelda, and Sabrina, yeah. If you had the choice in like part 5, say, what would you do between them? Like, what would the connection be?
Well, we just check
recreate it?
into 4 Seasons and have a spa weekend together. And, you know, I would tell my husband, she would tell her husband the truth about our secret love for one another. And then we just, you know, spend the rest of our lives together, with me basically just telling Miranda Otto how lovely her skin and hair is.
Yeah, I agree.
And she is so beautiful, that woman. I have stood next to her in Vancouver with my wee cap on and had people come up to me and ask, is that Miranda Otto? I love her. And I'm like, yeah, it is. And then they go, oh, she's in Sabrina. I really love that Madam Satan as well. I'm like, oh, that's good. I'll just get some grapes and I'll see you at the checkout. And that's a true story. So that is how beautiful that's how much she eclipses my relatively attractiveness with her beyond gorgeousness. No, Michelle, no.
I was gonna say, like, no, but like, that to me is absolutely hilarious. Did you get many other like random fan encounters that you just were like, oh, hello?
Yes, I get lots of, you're Michelle Gomez. And I'm like, I know. I know. Okay. Right. You know, that sort of thing, you know, like really in your face, you know, and you're like, so I'm sure there's a few other random moments.
You can tell me them in the bar later.
Yes. Oh, that's funny. So funny.
No, next question.
So I first discovered you in Sabrina. It was the first time I saw you. And as soon as the first thing I noticed after my eyes adjusted to your radiance was your facial expressions. Like, I swear you have absolute control over every single muscle in your face and can move them individually.
Botox.
And I was wondering if that was part of your classical theater training or if that's just a gift from the universe. You were born with it.
Thank you. Oh,
did it take
goodness.
practice? Can you show me how to do that?
I there was a lot of time. So yeah, I was obviously pre-social media, pre-cell phones. Like when I was a little girl, it was me in a mirror, doing lots of silly faces, and I'm not kidding. And I would pride myself that I can move one ear exclusively to the other ear. I can like do all, you know, it's just like
I paid close attention to it.
it's a very important thing to be able to do. And this woman also gave me this beautiful, I love I always said, Missy, it says Missy Who, because it really should be Missy Who. I think Doctor Who's all very well, but you know, let's have a Missy Who. So thank you for that. But no, it was just lots of, you know, fanning
born
about.
with it, but
born with it,
an
kind,
extra
born with it, kind
practice.
of. But I didn't have control of it for a long time. I mean, I thought I had Tourette's at one point.
I think I have zero control over my facial expression.
But then I did, like, as the years have gone on and I've kind of, you know, I've got to work with some amazing people, and I did do a lot of theatre as well. And I've just sort of learned to harness that energy in a way that's more productive and
Very
positive, because it wasn't always like that, because I was a bit feral at one point.
I probably still am. And then just hats off to you and the acid house. You're very bendy.
Thank you. That was hardcore. Thank you
It
so
was.
much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Now over his side.
Hi, Michelle. Big fan.
Hi.
My question is, in that scene that you revealed that you're the master, I heard that you had to reshoot many times over many lines to throw people off. Do you remember how many times you had to do it?
Quite a few, because there were so many fans. Like it was like 10 deep all around us, and there was a lot of what are these called, like these really thin little aerial microphones. Like people turned up ready to record it, and so we had to do fake lines, and then in the studio afterwards, in the sound studio, we would dub over the "I'm the master." Like, I think the line, I can't remember the line, but something like, I couldn't very well keep calling myself Missy or something. Was it? Yeah, couldn't very well keep calling myself the master now, could I? And so we had to change that slightly, so that if anybody had recorded it on the day, it would have blown all of that good work. So I can't remember how many times we did it, but a few.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's dedication to the secret right there.
Oh no, we were not fucking around. We were holding that one close.
You're like, I've kept this secret this long, I ain't letting it get out this way.
No.
Awesome. This question here.
Hello. First of all, thank you for being so kind to my daughter when we're getting the autographs yesterday. We all really appreciated that. Thank you.
Of course.
I'm going to be greedy with two quick questions. One, what is Peter Capaldi and Jenna Coleman like to work with as actors? And second of all, you mentioned being a Doctor Who fan. Was that from like the 80s, or what kind of doctors did you watch on TV prior to joining it, you know?
Well, Jenna and Pete were, Jen Dog and Pete were gorgeous because I was really nervous on my first day, and I couldn't quite believe that I was playing this role. And so even though I was nervous, I still managed to, which this was not scripted, was shove Peter against the wall and snog him. But I had my hand out as I was doing it, and Jenna took my hand whilst I was snogging Pete, and I was like, "What the fuck are you doing?" Okay, all right, okay, I'm down with that. All right, okay. So they were like, immediately, it was, we were just enjoyed each other from the get go. And then my doctor, I think we all have our generational doctor, whoever you've grown up with, and it was actually a transition between Pertwee to Baker. Yeah, and so they were my doctors, and but yeah, I guess Baker was like the main one because I got like the tail end of Pertwee.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And just let everybody know, we have just time for these last 3 questions, so we're going to go back over here.
Hi, Michelle. I just wanted to say you're the best incarnation, I think, of the Master. And what has been your favourite Big Finish project to work on?
Oh my God, they're so fun because I get to work with Beth, right? And none of you will know Beth, but you should all know Beth. So I recorded in New York, and they're in Britain, and so everybody's basically in their own little worlds. And she does all the voices of everybody else, but I don't think she's actually in the show. She should be, because she's massively talented. And the best bit about it is just laughing so much about just like nerdy nonsense and watching a New York sound engineer have no idea what we're talking about. And, we're just talking about tonics tea cakes, or I don't know, like nonsense, like a donkey. I don't know. It's just like random nonsense that doesn't make any sense. And so it gives me like a little taste of home. Like I feel like I'm plugged back in. So that's what I love about it.
Thanks.
Thank you. Back over here.
Hi, Michelle. Hi. I love you so much. I'm sorry, I'm literally dying inside. But
oh, no, don't
I'm
do
so
that.
excited to know, like, what was the best scene to film within your entire career?
Oh my God. Gosh, I don't know. Like that's really hard. Because every single project has been pretty phenomenal. The one that I guess that keeps coming into my mind now is when I was strapped to a gurney and I was with Osgood, and I was going to kill her, obviously. But I was having such fun with it. It was just like, I had this little secret, that she shouldn't tell the guards that I was going to kill her. That was so funny. Stuff like that. There's that. Like my first movie ever was in Tuscany, in Italy, in Casanuova di Gafagnana. Get you. It's all I can say in Italian. And I played David Bowie's girlfriend, Leather Girl. So that I probably can't top that, actually. That might be up there. I keep forgetting that. Yeah, I played David Bowie's girlfriend in a spaghetti western that nobody saw.
I'm literally just sitting here being like, how did I forget that? I had that on my notes backstage. Tell us about that, because like Bowie at the time would have still been an absolutely massive star. Like,
yeah, I know.
Was it insane?
No, I don't think I could actually speak. I would just stand there like, oh my God. Yeah, there were some nights we were shooting, and it was cold up there on that mountain at 3:00 in the morning, and we were on like rocking chairs, and there was a kind of outdoor scene with a fire pit, and he was just playing like Scout songs on his guitar, and I was just, he was very, very beautiful, very, very kind and gorgeous. Yeah.
Wow. Wonderful. And look, our last question.
Hi.
Hi. Oh, first of all, I want to say you are amazing, fantastic. When I watched Doctor Who, Missy was the character that stood out to me the most. And I was just wondering, like, she has such a strong character voice and personality style. And I just wanted to know, did you have any inspirations, or like, how did you decide to portray her that way?
I put the costume on and I learned my lines, and then I went for lunch.
That's fair.
And there, to be honest, all joking aside, if the writing is good, if the story's good, if your character arch is good, you know, there's all you can hope for is a little bit of magic on the day. Like, turn up prepared, know your shit, and look the part, literally. Don't bump into the furniture, and listen. It's all about like forgetting what I need to bring. I'm only ever as good as who I'm acting opposite. And I've got to act opposite some really talented people. So most of the credit goes to them because I'm really just, you know, bouncing off what they're giving me. And that's the key. Just listen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And if there's anything we've learned now, if we're going to be able to see you on the screens next, it's going to be in Law & Order SVU.
Yes.
And if we want that spin-off, we're to get on Twitter now to be getting this Doom Patrol spin-off. We want to see that.
Apparently, there's like the big thing is getting Missy a spin-off.
Oh, and Missy, yes. You're going to be, do you know what? If we have anything to do with it, you're going to be very busy for many, many years.
Yay!
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands
Thank
together
you.
for Michelle Gomez. Look at those people. That guy up there, he's like, I hate you. Now, before you sit down, I do have to do one thing.
Okay. Oh, fist bump. Get it. I got the joke.
How are you?
Hold on. I'm just surveying the scene here. For anybody who can't see, there's one lone man at the top. Sir, why are you sitting up there? You're hiding. You don't like people. Me neither. I don't like people either. Do you want to switch spots with me? No. Okay. Then there's 3 other kids over here in the corner. What's up, guys? Why are you all the way up there? Felt like it. Great answer. How's everybody doing? Good? Go Ireland. Rugby.
Yes, big day for the rugby.
That's why nobody's at this fucking panel, because they're all watching rugby. I remember rugby. There's a scrum.
Yep.
See? Thank you. There's a first layer, second D layer, third layer. See? You think I don't know the rules to this
A
game?
maestro. And you do actually have some Irish heritage as well. Am I right in saying that?
Yes, my mother is 100% Irish.
There you go. From whereabouts?
Ireland. Just kidding. Tipperary.
Oh, fab. So a Munster lady.
Yes. And I'm my blood is made of Guinness.
Always
So
a good thing.
therefore I'm very Irish. Also, I think that Irish whiskey is the best whiskey.
You're literally speaking our language right now.
And I've drank all of the whiskey in Dublin, just so we're clear.
So you've been to Jameson, Teeling, the whole lot?
What did you just say?
So you've been to the Jameson distillery, Teeling? Have you gone to Teeling's yet?
What is she saying?
Oh, so we have all these lovely tours and all the distilleries are in the
I've
city.
been working here, entertaining all of you guys. I've done no distilleries, but I've consumed all the whiskey, so that's good.
Just some local testing in the local bars.
Yes, it's great.
Well, you started your career probably at a young age, mainly because you were growing up on set. So what was it about the environment of making film and TV that made you sort of go, yeah, do you know what? I want in on that.
Well, my brother, Christopher, made a pirate movie when I was 7 in a place called Malta and Thailand. And they were blowing up a boat. And so I was like, that's the job I want. I want to watch shit blow up. That's why I'm an actor. Thank you very much. See you later. Just kidding. Also, we can ask questions, but I'd rather all these people ask questions too.
Perfect. I
Okay.
only have a handful.
Oh, great.
and then we're
Okay.
gonna be opening up to the
It's
floor.
odd sitting here talking about yourself if you know, whatever. Anyway.
Well, that's because one of those things, it's like with hosting these panels, I'm always like, well, there's certain questions that I want to make sure get asked, and then I'll
Ask
open it up to the
away,
floor.
girlfriend, and I'll answer them for those 2 kids sitting all the way up there.
Because you're the youngest of 4, and they're
Yes.
all, and they're all
5, but yes.
5, and then there's,
But 3 are actors. One's a producer, and I'm an actor.
and are you the only girl? Am I right in saying?
Yeah, how was that? It's great. It's awesome. You grow up like just getting the shit beat out of you all the time. So you're really equipped for life. Hello, Michelle. Nice to see you. Michelle has fantastic hair. You should go to see her hair person because it's all colors. Nice to see you.
Very fabulous. And ahead of The Walking Dead, you actually also starred in the Sarah Connor Chronicles.
Oh yeah, I
What
was
was
in
that
that.
experience like? Because it seemed to be going
Oh my
well,
God,
and then
Lena
suddenly didn't.
Headley from Game of Thrones.
Mhm.
That's fucking right. I forget everything. Are you shaking your head because she's from Game of Thrones?
She is, yeah.
Right? She plays what's the shame? What's that lady?
Queen Cersei.
Shame. She was funny. I don't think it was great. It was so fun. It was awesome. But it ended. The show ended. It was about to be something very cool, and then it just got like stopped.
It
What?
did, yeah.
Did
Yeah.
it, right?
I liked that show.
I think everybody was very surprised when it didn't
Was it
continue.
big over here?
Now, am I right in saying it didn't necessarily air over here, but a lot of us got to see it anyways? See how I carefully said that sentence?
Does that mean you illegally watched it?
No, we would never do something like that. Exactly.
Wait, I want to know about illegal shit. You you watch stuff, but it's secret? Is there like an illegal watching club?
We couldn't possibly say that in case anybody is live streaming right now.
Oh, we would never do that. Somebody tell me how. We'll tell you later. Okay, good. Tell me later.
But yes, we all got to see it. Actually, I think it may have aired on Sci-Fi Channel after it had already been cancelled, which was a bit of a tease, really. I was like, here's this great show. Now it's gone. This is all you're ever getting.
That happens.
Well, you ended up joining The Walking Dead in season 4, am I correct?
Mm-hmm.
And Tara actually ended up having an absolutely brilliant story arc, I thought, because she started off kind of one of those characters where you're like, I don't know if she's going to be one of the good guys, the bad guys. And then you were like, oh, no, wait, there she is.
I think I'm still a good guy and a bad guy.
Yeah.
I don't think you really know, which is great.
Yeah, they're always probably the fun characters where you get to sort of like play around. It's like, oh, which way am I gonna go?
Yeah, I think she's a pretty good character. I mean, over the course of when did I die? What season was that? Anybody tell me?
I was gonna say 9 or
9.
Yeah.
Thank you. It's been a long time. Season 9. And then what? There was 3 more seasons after that. Yeah, I thought it was an interesting arc for sure. And then I thought being at Hilltop was awesome. And then I thought the way she went was pretty cool. Spoiler alert, I die. If anyone doesn't know. Too bad. You showed up at my fucking panel 4 years late. So but you should watch to see how I die.
It is a monumental moment, I think, in the series because everybody was so attached to Tara. And then suddenly she was like, "Bloop, God." And you were like, what? No.
She was like, bloop, lost your head. Sucks to be you.
How far in advance did you find that out?
A week.
What? Is that all?
What?
I said, is that all?
Oh, I thought you said, oh, that's long. I was like, what? Yeah, that's all.
Wow, because like you'd often wonder how much in advance would you get, because of course the series runs for 18, 19, 20 episodes sometimes. So like how long before all the scripts come in do you find out
when
like,
you
the
die
plot?
on the show, you find out pretty close to death.
Is that to make sure that it doesn't get out beforehand, or?
I actually have no idea why they do that. I think we're all adults here. You could probably just say, oh, by the way, you're going at the end of the season, but I don't know. Not sure.
Yeah. Were you disappointed?
Duh. It's a job. I lost my job.
Yeah.
Would you want to get fired? Like, hey, if you're fired, you're like, oh, okay. But everybody loves you. It's like a really weird thing because they don't want to fire you, but they fire you.
Yeah. They want the fan outrage.
Yeah, they want fans to be pissed.
Yeah, because
It's
I remember
really a sick world we're a part of.
when Chandler Riggs was here, actually, I asked him the same question. He was just like, yeah, he's like, I suppose it was good, but I was really sad to like say goodbye to everybody.
Yeah, everybody becomes like your best friend and you live with them in this town and you're all together and you're working, the craziest hours, the craziest time, the heat, it's just like you can't describe it to anybody.
Yeah.
And unless you're there, you don't understand what it feels like. And so people talk about working on shows with people and saying like, oh yeah, we're like a family, but this is different.
Yeah.
This is, you're dying together essentially all day long.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you do get to see everybody. Well, maybe not everybody, but you get to see a lot of them when you do all the conventions. So it must be really good fun when you do all get back together.
Yeah. Conventions. And then, Steven's one of my best friends. He lives like 5 minutes from me. So
fantastic. Stephen
there's
Young,
still like
isn't
certain
it?
people that I'm very, very close with. But yeah, the conventions are great because you get to all see each other again.
Fab.
Yeah.
And on that note, we shall open it up to the floor. So
Who
if
wants
anybody
to ask me
has questions?
goddamn question?
So for those of you who haven't been in here before, we do have some microphones set up. So actually the gentleman in the blue down the back has been standing there for a while. So I'm going to go to you straight away.
Do you ever imagine what you do in a zombie apocalypse?
Oh my God, what all the time. Do you imagine what you would do in a zombie apocalypse?
Yeah, sometimes.
Tell me, so you go first.
Okay, so I'd probably stock up on batteries. And,
Smart.
Pack something like duct tape,
maybe a pocket knife.
Are you going to kill somebody?
No, but just in
Oh,
case.
just in general. Okay, great. Okay, sorry.
Maybe like files in case you need to show it to like the government to get into like a a safe zone or whatever.
Files?
Like your
brilliant.
birth certificate and stuff like that.
I regret not taking my pen out here to take notes on this. Okay, now here's a question that I thought of the other day. I was like, if something were to go wrong, would you bring sourdough starter? Oh, some
Sourdough?
people laughed. He's like, I have no idea what that is.
What
To
is
be
that?
able to make bread,
I don't know where to get that.
you make it.
How?
I was thinking about this the other day. I was like, what are the few things to answer your question?
I mean, I've never thought of that. I don't know how to make that, but I usually just imagine me like, packing like canned foods.
Yeah. Canned foods. I would pack seeds.
Yeah, I love seeds.
So there's things that I would do. I would pack seeds, all different types of fruits and vegetable seeds. Then I would pack sourdough starter. Obviously, you can tell that all I think about is food. I'm like, all right, how am I not going to fucking go hungry? Sourdough starter seeds, a knife, flint for fires, boots, warm boots, whiskey, Irish whiskey. I would not pack any files or cash because in the apocalypse, nobody gives a shit. I think that's about it. Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
If I think of anything else, did I leave anything out? Does anybody have like the most brilliant answer? Which one? A first aid kit. I didn't even fucking think about that. We're so stupid. Antibiotics. Yep.
Fuck.
Wow. Anybody else have a really good answer? This is like turning into a workshop, and I'm loving it. Well, what else? I mean, there's like 4 people here. Everybody's watching the rugby game. Go. Fuck your friends. What? Friends slow you the fuck down. You're like, yo, we're running. You're slow. You're getting eaten. What about you? A gun to kill yourself.
Oh, it's taking
there's
a dark
kids in
turn,
here.
guys.
But you're not wrong. You see, guns are violent, and you run out of bullets, so they wouldn't really get you far. You gotta I don't think feel like. long term. Anybody else have a really good answer? Oh yeah, go ahead. Which one? Brilliant. Okay, go. A water filter. Honestly, I'm gonna be dead the first day of the apocalypse because I didn't think of anything. Have you guys heard of what a life straw is? Yeah? It's a straw that you can put in any water and drink it and it filters it. You're welcome. It's gonna save you Wow. all. Yeah, go. Gas. You know the problem with gas? And towards the later seasons, you know how everybody started riding horses instead of being in cars? Is because gas, after a certain amount of time, I'm not going to say this correctly, but it separates and then okay. Do you know what? It's actually explained in, was it episode 4 of The Last of Us, I want to say, recently? They actually explain it in The Last that. of Us, the same show as our show. You know, you guys were a trailblazer. It's the same show, but it's good. But it's the same. Awesome. Well, Hi. go. You've been waiting for your questions. Let's go.
Okay, I grew up watching Army of Darkness. So Greg Nicotero is like one of the coolest.
I'm sorry, you're not Irish.
No, I'm Canadian, but I live in Ireland now.
Okay, I was like, you don't have an accent, sir.
No.
This is a fucking.
I probably don't even sound Canadian anymore because I've been here too long.
Yes. Oh my God, that's so funny. I was like, wait a minute. Okay, sorry. Continue. Greg Nicotero. Yes. Yes.
So
Absolutely.
I love his work, obviously.
Oh my God,
'cause
me
I've
too.
seen him come up. What's it like working with him on set? And do you have a funny story about Greg?
Greg Nicotero is one of my favorite people. For the people that don't know, he's the executive producer of Walking Dead, but he's also the mastermind behind all the zombies, and he does all the Quentin Tarantino movies, and he's an actual genius. Inglourious Bastards was on last night. Great film. And I was watching all of the prosthetics that he does. My favorite moments with Greg, he started directing a lot of the show, and he's just overall really fun to be around, and he's very helpful. And you know, when I was getting the makeup done for My Head on a Stick, spoiler alert, you know, he comes in and he checks on you and any questions if you want to learn, and they come up with some of the coolest walkers. Like my season where I did that episode by myself on the beach, that was the first time they had the sea walkers.
So it was like all the walkers with the barnacles and stuff, and they were like kind of green. And then he teaches them all how to do the walk. So like there was one person walking like this with his hands, and Greg like comes running in. He's like, you got to move your hips like that. You know, like he like teaches everybody all the stuff. And he's really, really good at it. So that would be all my stuff with Greg. You're
Thank
welcome.
you. There's one down the back here.
Hello. We talked. You're wearing a jacket with a soccer team on it.
Yeah, Athlone.
Yep. They're great, by the way. Real good goal kickers.
In an apocalypse, would you prefer the walkers from Walking Dead or the Last of Us zombies?
Fucking the walkers from Walking Dead. Are you kidding? They're slow. The Last of Us walkers, I have fucking no chance. They're like marathons. They're like Usain Bolt. They're crazy.
One of the stages is actually called Runner. You know you're screwed.
There's also the one, what's World War Z, right? Those ones are really fast. Like I just die. I would just get this guy's plan, shoot myself.
Thank you.
Look at all these guys leaving. They're like, honestly, Alana fucking blows. Bye. Just kidding. I'm sure you have a panel or a rugby match to watch. Thank you for the question, sir.
Yeah, I'm actually going back down here.
Who's your favorite actor that you acted with in The Walking Dead?
Oh, God. I can't say. No. Mainly because we actually didn't have that many scenes together. I love Jeffrey, though, as a person. But I would say Steven Glenn. Well, I don't know. The whole Greatham crew, we were really close, all of us. We all lived in this like little weird hotel together in Atlanta. So I would say anybody in Greatham.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I was actually looking back. A lot of your scenes were with Glenn. So yourself and Stephen were kind of like always there together, and you must have developed such a strong bond as a result.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you become really close, like I said, with everybody because you're, really doing incredibly hard things. And so you kind of only have each other to lean on. Go
awesome. We've got a question here.
Who would you say is your favorite character out of The Walking Dead besides yourself?
Probably Tara. I'd say Tara. She's just so complex. She's really good looking. Tara's funny. Judith? Baby Judith?
Oh,
Who's
yeah.
my favorite character besides myself? Oh, God, I don't know. I mean, Glenn, obviously. And Herschel. I love Herschel. And Scott Wilson, I just love as a human. Everybody. I love everybody. Everybody's great. There's not one person that I was like, didn't like.
We were very fortunate actually to have Scott Wilson here a few years ago for Comic-Con. So
yeah, he's a great man.
Yeah, lovely man.
Hi. Go ahead, Michelle.
This is thank you. I was just thinking there. I loved Tara and Glenn together. Like when she turned from being with the governor and realizing that he was just horrible,
that he was fucking
and she found
crazy.
Glenn. I know, totally nuts, but brilliant. And then she found Glenn, and he was the best person for her to meet.
Yes.
But obviously, he had such a traumatic ending. I can't
You
watch
think?
that episode. I can't watch it.
But
Tara wasn't there. Like, did you know or?
Well, the only reason I wasn't there is because I was giving birth to my child. Spoiler alert. I have a 7-year-old. And so when I found out that I was pregnant and, said, oh, I'm going to miss the last episode, they're like, okay, cool. We'll just send you on a run with Heath and then we'll bring you back. So that sort of sucked, obviously, because it would have been fun to be in the lineup. But then when I came back, when they killed him in the first episode, I was there every night with everybody, even though I wasn't in that episode. I was in the first few episodes. So I got to hang and it was so traumatic. I feel like a lot of people really just stopped watching after that point because it was so gnarly.
It was traumatizing.
Yeah, it was really bad.
I watched it when I was up in Belfast.
But it's in the comic book, so I guess people.
Yeah, I didn't know.
But also,
the comics, I
Rosita
didn't
died
know.
in the comic books the way I died, so maybe they're just very confused over there.
So there's been quite a few traumatic endings though for characters. Which was your favorite / never want to see again moment?
Ooh, I would say the most traumatic is obviously Glenn. Goodbye. God, I love little kids. They're so cute. They're just like out here. They don't have to worry about jobs. They don't have to worry about bills. Blissfully unaware. Glenn's death was probably the most traumatic. And then I would say Scott Wilson's death sucked because I didn't really get to work with him, only in that little bit of time. God, honestly, the show is so long ago, my brain can't. What's like another really traumatic? I mean, Glenn and Cudlitz is like.
I was gonna say that is, I think, what
That's
a lot
the
of people
most
say is the
traumatic,
pinnacle
right?
of like shocking moments.
Is there any other death that's like really? I mean, my head on a stick is, I guess, sort of
I
traumatic.
think
but
Carl as well took a lot of people by surprise.
But he got bit and it was slow and he gave a speech. Do you know what I mean? Like he got like a beautiful episode where as an actor you get to flex and like have a scene and say goodbye. Like Steven or me, you're just like, oh my God, they're dead. Right?
Tara was just a head on a spike. It was
Yeah.
terrible.
It hurt. I had to go to the chiropractor. It was a whole thing.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You just mentioned your daughter there because coming from a family of actors,
yes,
has she been bitten by the bug yet?
God, I hope not. I have no idea. I mean, if she really wanted to, I guess I would obviously totally help her in any way, shape, or form, but I would never tell her to be an actor.
Yeah. And how is her
very,
understand-
very hard business.
How is her understanding of what mommy does for a living?
She knows I'm an actor. You know, she comes with me to set and she knows. I don't lie to her. I'm just like, oh, I'm going to do this work thing. She's like, okay.
All right, off you go.
Yeah. Off you go. There's zombies there. Crazy. Hello, sir.
Hi there. Nice to meet you from a distance.
What's your name?
Edward.
Edward.
Sorry. Yeah, I was just wondering, I think one of the greatest strengths of the show was the baddies. And did you have a favorite baddie as such? Greatest strengths apart from yourself?
My
The
greatest
baddies
baddie.
were exceptionally bad.
Who was fucking real?
Do you remember the
Samantha
baddies?
Morton was pretty gnarly.
She was really...
Alpha. Is her name Alpha?
Yeah.
I remember. I guess Negan.
I think Negan's the one for everybody, really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But now he's like friends with Maggie. I
know,
don't
it was
understand.
There was some turnaround, wasn't it?
Yeah, so now I'm like, are you bad or are you good? But yeah, I would say Negan's probably pretty gnarly.
Yeah.
Alpha's pretty gnarly. The dude from Terminus was funny.
Yeah, that's
I mean, he was gnarly. He ate people, so that's pretty gross.
It is. Yeah, that's my question. Thanks.
Yeah, okay, good. I hope I answered it.
Thank you. We actually have some questions on the back here.
What was your favorite like show to film with?
What was my favorite? Meaning which episode?
No, like favorite episode.
Episode? I would say in season 4, there's an episode where Glenn and I are in a tunnel, and then we like come over a tunnel, and then we're about to die, and Maggie and Abraham and everybody shows up and save us. Bye. See you later. Talk later. See you never. And that was really fun to film because Steve and I couldn't stop laughing. And there's this scene. So the camera is on our faces and we're walking through the tunnel, right? Like you have a flashlight. It's really dark. And they have stacked zombies in the crushed tunnel, right? So there's some bodies, but then there's some real zombies that are just like lying in there. They like slid in. And we like look and we're doing this really serious scene. And this one zombie is drinking water. He's upside down and he's drinking water and he's like playing with his water bottle and he's just like do because his whole body is stuck in this thing. And Steven and I were laughing so hard we couldn't because we're trying to be serious. And I'm telling him that I like killed Herschel or some shit. And this like guy is like playing with water. That was a really fun episode to shoot.
Yeah.
Did that answer your question?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
What episode took you longest to film?
All of them?
I was going to say some of the episodes, like they're long shoots and long days. Like where's like 14, 18 hours?
The episode right after I had my kid where I go to Oceanside and I'm by myself and I had like a newborn baby. That was probably the longest episode to shoot just because mentally I was sleeping like 2 hours a night. And I had just birthed a child. So that was hard. But it was great. But that would be probably the longest one. Okay,
Thank you.
You're so welcome. Anybody else? Are we good? We're good?
I was gonna say, like, so what are you actually up to at the moment? Are you traveling? Have you got any other projects in the work? Because you just I was gonna say you've just done something that I was hoping you were going to share. 'Cause I wasn't sure if it
I
was under
just did an
embargo.
animated show called Gossamer.
Yes.
Which looks fucking great. I have no idea when it's coming out, and I have no idea where it's going to be. But if you look it up, it's pretty cool. It's all like motion capture. It's the people, like people that do Avatar and stuff, how they do all that like motion capture. And I play a fairy named Marta, and she's like, shocker, funny.
How did you find the motion capture actually? Because a lot of actors have been like, oh,
I
it takes me
actually
a couple
didn't
of
do
days.
the motion capture myself.
Ah.
This girl Courtney did all of it, and they just had one actor do it. But I'm hoping that if there's another season or whatever, that I'll be able to do it, because that would be really fun.
Fingers crossed. Well,
I
look,
think I'd be
can't-
really good at it.
I can't wait to see when it comes out, because when it was announced, I was like, wasn't sure if the cast had been officially announced or
Yeah.
whether it was just like, I think I read somewhere, like little birdie told me, but I'm really glad that we have been able to talk about it a little bit, because it does
I
look
just don't know.
really
It
good.
was supposed to be done, but then they're reformatting it from TV to movies, and it's really good. It's Forrest Whitaker, Vera Farmiga, me, Wilmer Valderrama, a bunch of really fun. It's great. It's a really great one.
Awesome. Well, look, we'll be keeping an
There
eye
was
out. Oh, we've got a question here.
One
Lovely.
last question.
What did you think about the ending of The Walking Dead?
So I didn't watch the show, but I did see the final episode because I went to the finale premiere, and I thought it was fucking awesome. I loved how, not going to spoil, but somebody died, because I don't know if people have watched it. And I think they really set up for all the spin-offs, which I think everybody's obviously really excited for. What's the most exciting spin-off for everybody? Negan? Rick and Michonne? Somebody's saying Negan, but I can't see who's talking. Oh, hi. What did you say? Yeah, that comes out in the summer, right? Yeah, they finished it. I was actually just with Lauren. We had dinner last week, and she said it's really good. So that'll be good. You guys excited for the Terra Alpha spinoff? It's a comedy musical.
I was actually going to say, would you be up for returning and if there was like a flashback kind of style thing?
Absolutely. Only the fact that I'm dead, I don't think I'll be returning. But if there was, look at this kid. Are you trying to find the microphone? Are you trying to find the microphone? Oh no. Okay. Sorry. You were just looking around. I was trying to help you. It's taller than you. Yeah. Only based on the fact that I'm dead, I don't think I would come back. But if there was a flashback, it'd be really cool. I was saying this today. If there was like an alternate universe episode where it's like Greydom, but we all have office jobs. Oh, right? Somebody works in HR. We're all fighting. I think it'd be hysterical.
Somebody make a note of that and tweet it out.
Yes, let's do it. Make it happen.
Awesome.
Great.
Well, listen.
My God,
Thank
you
you
guys,
so
thanks
much.
for coming out to this panel. I know that there's a big rugby game. I know it's important.
But listen, hopefully you are going to enjoy the rest of your weekend here.
Yes,
And
I'm here
hopefully
till 5.
hopefully we will come back to Ireland. You'll be able to try some of our lovely distilleries and see more
Yes,
of the country.
I'm going
as
to go
well.
and do a tour for sure.
Awesome. Well,
But I'll just drink it in the meantime.
brilliant. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Lana
Thank you for
Masterson.
having me. Thanks, guys. This was fun. This was
On your knees.
Okay, chop it off.
Chop it off. Let's do it. Oh, we got him now! You know what? I'm thinking there are probably sharper stairs somewhere else.
We're thieves, but we help the wrong person steal the wrong thing and unleash the greatest evil the world has ever known.
The Red Wizards created an army of the undead.
Sounds lovely.
Quite the opposite.
I know, I was being ironic.
I find irony is a blade that cuts he who wields it most especially.
You're not a lot of fun, are you? How are we gonna pull this off?
We're gonna need a team.
You need cool air.
Follow me to the orifice.
Back to school air.
The orifice?
I'll go last.
Let's go. I don't mind that. She missed.
No, that's not good. Aren't you sick of failing? We could die.
There's worse things than dying.
I lost everything that ever mattered to me, and if we quit now, that's for nothing.
I don't want to see you die, which is why I'm going to leave the room.
This ends now.
The bridge is protected by an ancient trap. We must not trigger the mechanism.
I may have triggered the mechanism. So, sorry.
These little town blues are melting away. I'll make a brand new start of it in old New York. If I can make it there, I'll make it anywhere. It's up to you, New York, New York, New York, New York.
As they decompose. And as you look closer at these corpses, they almost appear to be moving. But it is not the corpses that live. Oh no. It's the flesh-gorged rats that after feeding, run and scurry by your feet.
Hello, my name is Neil Gaiman and I wrote a novel called The Ocean at the End of the Lane. The National Theatre has turned my book into a stage play in London's West End, directed by the incredible Katie Rudd, and it's going to be touring the UK and Ireland. I am thrilled that you, if you're in the UK or Ireland, are going to have the opportunity to see this amazing story up on a stage. It's about life, it's about memory, it's about magic, it's about heartbreak, it's about what the universe is, and it's about childhood, and it's about wonder. And it's not like anything else that I've ever been involved in. It's not like anything else I've ever seen in the theatre. It's a fabulous adventure like nothing else you've seen. See you there.
How's it going? Everybody having a nice time at the conference? At the con? Yeah. My name's Kieran Bartlett. I'm a comedian and a customer of Comic Book Guys in Belfast. And we're here to chat today about The Revenant, which is the comic book that is sort of about the guys that work in the shop. And yeah, so we're here today with Daniel Flanagan, who's the writer. We're here with Aaron Flanagan, who's the letterer and one of the characters in the book. And we've got Patrick Mulholland here, who's the artist. So we'll get stuck in with a couple of questions, and then we'll take some questions off you guys if you're up for it. So yeah, all good. This is Daniel. So tell us a wee bit about The Revenant and what it's all about.
Okay. First of all, hello everybody. Yeah, the Revenant is a series of comics, and it's a dark comedy which is based on the story of two brothers who own a comic book store in Belfast, and they having to use their knowledge of comics and their sheer bravery. They end up having to in each of the series episodes end up having to fight off and defeat things like zombies, vampires, mummies, and they do it in what they call their own comic book style. So they make use of things that we're all familiar with that you'd come across in a comic book store, like Captain America's shield or Thor's hammer, or one of those things. And that's really the gist of the story itself.
Yeah, but I should also ask, why is it called The Revenant?
Well, the original working title was The Two Buck Idiots from Belfast, and that I didn't think that was going to work. But it's called The Revenant because the Revenants itself just simply means a person or people who supposedly have come back from the dead. And by calling it that, it gave me a lot of scope, because going forward, rather than it just be a comic about zombies, it gave me the chance to use other characters like mummies and vampires, and that's really why it was called The Revenant. Although, on hindsight, I still think that the Two Buck Idiots from Belfast would have been the way to go. But
yeah. And then, Aaron, what's it been like? What's it like, sort of being a character in a comic book?
Do you know, it's one of those things. When we opened the shop 8 or 9 years ago, we've always loved comics. That's why we opened the store. My dad got us into reading comics when I was 5 or 6. But the reason we opened the store was we felt that was our pathway into comics. Never did we believe could we create comics or get the star in a comic, it's pretty weird. I have to say, the weirdest thing about the whole thing is, like, it's my dad, obviously, and he's writing lines in it like, "You're mad" jokes, which is his wife and my mum, and it's me saying in the comics. So it comes across sometimes a bit weird when I'm reading it, but it's a nice feeling to have. It's a bit weird at times, don't get me wrong, but if you have picked up the comic, or hopefully when you get the comic, the artist Patrick has drawn me a lot buffer, so it's nice to get to see a slightly different version of myself in it. But
we'll pretend you didn't request that.
COVID wasn't kind to us for lots of reasons, but no, it's something that I always wanted to do, and to get to do it as a family project initially, and bringing Patrick and stuff into it was something that meant a lot to us as a family, and it's taken on a life of its own now. So we're very, very lucky and fortunate that we got to do that through having the shop, because it not only gave us the distribution method to be able to push it out there, but it also gave us a platform to get in touch with people like DCC who wanted to take exclusive variants. It's given us a platform to maybe take it one step further. So we're very lucky, we're very fortunate, but we love every minute of it. So yeah, I'm thrilled.
Great. So Patrick, the art in this book really steps off the page. It's really dynamic. There's loads of jokes. So the comic is really legitimately funny. Sometimes as a comedian I get asked, talk about things, and you have to go, yeah, it's funny. And it's something that's not, but this is legitimately really funny. And there's lots of visual jokes. I was wondering, are those visual jokes, is that something that sort of comes to you in the script, or is that stuff that you think of and add in, or how does that kind of work?
It's sort of 50-50, because we had talked over the scenes and gone through. There's some jokes that the guys had written down to put in, and once I started, I knew the kind of comedy they were going for. Once I read through it, that's why I started to put in my own wee jokes, a joke in the airport. There's a picture of the Giant's Causeway, and it says, "Visit Northern Ireland. They filmed Game of Thrones here," because That's that's all you see in the airports in Northern Ireland, in case you never go to Northern Ireland. But so stuff like that. So it was like collaborative, but then there's like visual stuff where you take it to the extreme, because it is violent, but it's not like horror gore violence. It's like punchy sort of comedic violence, like blood splatter and that type of thing. So yeah, it was more like a collaborative.
Just like a non-violent blood splatter.
Yeah, but
it is funny
The
though.
guy that gets his head lobbed off.
Yeah, it is. No, it is literally.
But I
really
drew it
funny.
funny. So.
Yeah.
So, Daniel, what about then? So, without doing too many spoilers, this issue is called "Escape from the New York Comic Con." Have you ever been there? Have you been to that con, or how does it compare maybe with Dublin?
That's a very good question, Kieran, I have to say. And it probably requires a three-part answer. What I'll say is that on the first part, the inspiration behind this particular issue was actually it's my love of 80s movies, because the convention in this one is they're running an 1980s theme, and I think a lot of the movies from the 80s, were my favorite, and there was one in particular which was Escape from New York, the Kurt Russell. Who wouldn't want to be Snake Plissken walking around with it, and that gave me an idea. But just prior to that, I was sitting watching I was rewatching the Lost Boys movie. Have you ever seen that one? And there's a scene in the Lost Boys where Sam, the main character, he goes into a comic book store, and they're the two brothers who own a comic book store in that movie. I didn't copy it, I have to say. But the two guys well, it's Edgar and Alan, they're the two Frog brothers, and they give Sam a vampire comic, and they tell him, read this, it may save your life. And I was sitting thinking to myself, do you know what? My two boys, the boys in the shop, that's like something they would say, just to upsell a comic, do you know?
Yeah.
So that's where the seed was planted, and I thought, yeah. And then when I thought about the Escape from New York, I thought, well, one of the two biggest Comic Cons in the world, one of them is, the New York Comic Con, and I thought, that could work, and really it was a done deal then in my mind after that. And it got to the good thing was that Patrick was able to introduce, a lot of the nods to a lot of the 80s movies. You'll find, a Terminator and a Marty McFly, and all my favorite sort of 80s movies. So there's kind of a lot of pop references, and that's where the original influence for that issue came. The second part of the question, no, I have never been to New York Comic Con. However, I'm thinking that if the organizers read this issue, I might actually get an invite.
Yeah, I think you might.
And thirdly, I have to say, Dublin Comic Con is, it's the support and the welcome that we get as a group, and also, as a family, have been brilliant over the years, because we've been doing the con here for, I'm sure a good 5 years. So, yeah, New York, Dublin Comic Con, it's a fantastic con, and I would recommend it to anyone.
Great. Aaron, then, so I was saying there about the comedy in this. The comedy in it it's a type of comedy I like, because it's sort of relatable to a bigger audience while still being really authentically Belfast, like especially in the language it's used. How do you think the comedy kind of helps the sort of story along in this?
Well, one of the things, I obviously didn't write it, but Dad did, but one of the things my dad is very good at doing is writing the comedy elements to it. For me, at the minute, there seems to be a massive influx in the popularity of Irish and Northern Irish humour. You look at things like Dairy Girls and all that sort of stuff on TV and movies at the minute, and there's clearly an opportunity there. And what better way to write a comic than how you actually speak and sound? I don't think there's enough people that do that. Sometimes people will always try to be something they're not, and it's not authentic then. And the whole point of this book is to come across authentic, as you said. So by using the dialect that we use, it makes people very familiar with it while they're reading it. But one of the things that we had worried about was people who aren't from Northern Ireland was, would they get it? So that was one of the big testers for us. But when we launched the second issue, it actually got a massive release in America, and it actually done even better in America than it did back home. There was a huge outcry for that type of humour and that type of book. So I think part of it is down to that authentically Irish tone about the book. And I think as people, generally we are quite, it's the way we are as people. So I think that comes across in the book. But as I say, because it did so well in America for the last issue, we felt, why change something that's working, you know? So yeah, that was it was a conscious decision to be ourselves in this book. And as I say, what better person to write us than our dad, you know? So.
And even my twist on it as well was that, we, and this is both up north and down south, we, how comedy is the way we as a people deal with, our fears and anxieties about things. And when we have to deal with, adversity, that's how we do it. We'll crack a joke or we'll banter with somebody. And I also think that comedy anyway it's universal. It translates across. I mean, same Aaron mentioned earlier, we do in the first one or two, we do what is essentially a your mama joke, except for us it's your ma, or it could even be your mama, so it kind of works for us that way. And that's why we chose to keep it local with a bit of a twist, but it translates very well.
Yeah, I think it does. I mean, I think one of the things for me is that every panel kind of seems to either have a joke in dialogue or a visual joke or something sort of explosive happening that's taking the story forward. So there's a real pace on every page that I enjoyed. Patrick, in terms then of like the art, what sort of things, like what sort of influences do you sort of draw on them for something like this? Because the one thing that struck me about this was like, for an indie comic, the art is like really blew me away. Like it's really like, it has that sort of, we were talking about it earlier, that kind of DC Marvel, like this is
it's very polished. It is absolutely. I mean, amazing artist.
Yeah.
Well, thanks very much. Yeah, I mean, I was like, I'd never drawn like a gore and zombies and stuff. So in my brain, in the beginning, I was thinking, well, there's like The Walking Dead, but that wouldn't really fit like my style. So I got really excited to draw it once I started to get more influenced by like Chainsaw Man or One Punch Man, like those sort of manga where it's like action violence, and like that's the best way. Like if you were hitting someone with Thor's hammer, like there's a panel, like you could have just like smacked the guy, but like he hits his head off. That would never happen. But it happens in a comic because it looks, it has that sort of energy. So yeah, it was things like that mostly, and I was able to. When you're talking about the pace of the comic, I was able to set the pace for myself because we had worked out the scenes, but we didn't really work out the guys who worked out the scenes sent me the script, but they decided not to break it into pages and panels and just rather let me do that, which was some people wouldn't like because they prefer to have more structure for their work. But I really liked to do that because then I could just put all like little cliffhangers at the end of the page and like just keep it moving, and like there's natural ends to scenes. So like you don't need to like spread it across 2 pages, and limit how many panels are on a page. Like sometimes you get panels or pages that are just, I think there's too many panels and just stuff like that. So I was like doing my own editing essentially, but that's part of I really enjoyed doing as well.
Yeah, and even when Patrick's artwork started to come in, he got it instantly. He from his first read of the story, he instantly knew what way we wanted to go with it. And as I say, it was each time he sent in a piece of the work, I couldn't wait. Couldn't wait to stick the words in to match it.
Yeah.
And it just turned out far better than I could have possibly have hoped for.
Yeah, like I mean, some of the comedy around like the guys going off to the Comic-Con and they've kind of left the shop saying their way to make a promo and all this sort of. That was really funny. But one thing that's in the book, and it's actually on the front cover, is this guy standing here. Do you want to chat a wee bit about who this is?
Well, when I say who he is, I'll answer that in 2 ways. In the book, his character, he is a cosplayer who's cosplaying the character Kuma. And Kuma, for anybody that doesn't know, Kuma is from an anime book called Afro Samurai, which in the animated series was Afro Samurai was voiced by Samuel L. Jackson. So that's where the idea of his character, but it was originally, he appears actually in the Zombies on a Train, the second episode where he makes his first appearance, and he's he's always the butt of, you know, the boys' humor, but he, in this one, he comes in at a very opportune time and becomes a major player, and but the other part of it is, beyond that, I can't really give away who he is.
Yeah.
So that's why he's not allowed to talk today.
Sure. Well, he's doing a great job. One of the things that was really funny for me is that idea of, once it sort of becomes clear in this issue that they're at this con, and it can be, you know, that basically it could be Thor's hammer getting lifted, or it could be Wolverine's claws or something. You're sort of like wanting to read it, being like, what's the next mad item that's going to get picked up and used to like decapitate somebody? So it's pretty funny. So Aaron, you know, obviously people talk about books like this getting picked up for TV, film, stuff like that.
Yeah.
What, you know, firstly, a real question, is there anything like that in the pipeline that you can talk about? And the second question is, who's going to play you? And then by extension, who plays me, you know, in the show?
To be honest, when we first started this, the first issue of 5-6 years ago, it was never meant to be anything more than a passion project. It was supposed to be a family project that we did together for a bit of fun and to really delve into us being able to create a comic. Once we realized there was a bit of traction, and more importantly, a want and a necessity for it, because constantly people were saying, when's the next one coming out? When's the next one coming out? And when you hear that enough times, you sort of think, well, actually, people really enjoyed it. It's lovely to hear. And so that's when we decided to do, obviously, Zombies on a Train. And again, I touched on it earlier, the success to that, it blew my mind. It became the most successful Irish book through Diamond, who are the distributors of comics, I think ever, they said. So for us, that was a massive turning point, because it made us realize that, again, there was a want and a need for it. And it was at that point that, without going into too much detail, obviously we've got massive hopes and aspirations for this. And yes, of course, there's always the chance that this could be taken further than just a comic book. I say those are early talks for all that sort of stuff, but it is something that it has the potential for it at the minute. It's the type of thing that lots of people are picking up. It's a property that has legs. It has a Monster of the Week type vibe. So I don't know if any is what's Supernatural or that type of show. It has that type of feel, you know, the essentially two brothers using whatever props and stuff they can to fight off demons, ghosts, ghouls, zombies. So there's a linear path that you could have a television series or things like that. And when it comes to who would I like to play me, I mean, I would like to play myself. I'm not a great actor, but I would love to play myself. But if I could have a choice, obviously, if you're not free, Kieran, I would say maybe somebody like Hugh Jackman. You know, I think there's pretty much a couple of similarities there.
Reach for the stars, Aaron. Reach for the stars.
Somebody
That's
like
what
that.
I think.
Yeah.
And Austin, the other main character, and he's a massive Iron Man fan, and we dearly love Robert Downey Jr. to play him. And in relation to Kuma, my thoughts on Kuma was, I would try and get Leonardo DiCaprio because I understand he's been down to get into a bear for a while now.
Yeah.
Well, that's the rumor anyway, and so yeah, that would be great. And you know, I even see a role for you.
That's it.
Yeah.
Get you on comedy back somehow, like, you know.
No, what I was thinking was in this book, you know, but that, again, I'm always conscious. I don't want to give too much away. But one of the I talked about Snake Plissken earlier, but one of the main bad guy characters in it's a guy called Benjamin Kant or Benny Kant. So I think Kieran would be ideal to play Benny because, you know, I've said, you know, for a long time, Kieran is, you know, a real Kant. Dude.
Does anybody have any questions before we talk about this a bit more? Does anybody have any questions out there? Right, we'll go with this one here. Just shout. I think there's a mic behind you, but you can just shout if you want, and I'll repeat it. Yeah. So Thanks. Are you planning to put all 3 issues in the one book in the graphic novel, or is there a plan for a graphic novel soon?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's one of those things that usually with the graphic novels, as you know, it's usually 4 to 5 issues is sort of the sweet spot for a graphic novel. So the plan is, because our first issue is completely sold out, we never went to a second print or anything of it. It's impossible to actually get a hold of that now. You know, it's weird to think that people are actually selling in the secondary market for £10, £11 for an issue that, you know, we created for, you know, for something very different. But it's something we've actively talked about. At the end of the next issue, which will be coming out, we are going to put together a graphic novel for the 4 issues. So that's still a wee while away, but yes, it's definitely something in the pipeline because, as I say, even though they're all one-shot stories, so they're all independent, there is a structure and a storyline that sort of carries through them all. It's a bit like, as I say, those long TV shows with 22 episodes. You've always got an overarching theme throughout them all with just each sort of separate story. So yes, there will be a graphic novel after the next issue.
When roughly is the next issue? Do you know? That was great. Everybody just goes. Yeah.
Well, every time I do one of these, I say, "But that's the last one. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to put myself through it again." But bizarrely, and it's the most bizarre thing, and this time around, as I was finishing, well before I even finished this one, I started getting the idea for a next one, and I'm actually started. I've already written sort of at least maybe not just a quarter of it, but it's quite good. It's we're going to sort of take it forward, and this one will be set. This one's going to probably be called something like Revenants the Movie, right. And it's going to be set, again in the States, and it's going to be on the movie set of making, making one of the previous issues, yeah. And then we'll have murder, kidnap, car chases. We're going even bigger.
We're like the Fast and Furious.
It's like or the Frog Brothers on steroids, as I sort of like to think of it. But yeah, so we're well on the way. Hopefully, we're going to try and do it a bit quicker than we've been doing them. And hope we can get a good artist on board who has the time. We'll certainly, the other ends of it that we look after ourselves, we can push through fairly quickly. Sure. So.
Thanks for your question. Somebody else have one there? Yep, yourself. Yep. How do you get into the process of writing, and how do you stay in the zone?
Well, again, somebody once told me, always write. What's easiest is if you write what you know. And when the boys, mentioned and said, "Look, can you, what can you think about, writing it for us?" The story was easy in the sense that, the first one set in the actual store, and the fact that the characters are real, the store is real, it almost writes itself. So I was to be able to stay in the zone, it was relatively straightforward. And the first one I wrote relatively quickly, but the first, the first run of it, and then you go back and then you write it almost like a screenplay, and then it keeps whittling down until we get to the point of lettering. And so when someone asked how long it take to write, or as well, it's you're looking back at it maybe 50 times to write it. So, but yeah, it's staying in the zone is not too difficult because I know the material. I don't have to stretch too far, to be fair. Yeah. Although the guys in real life don't really fight vampires and zombies.
I suppose I could direct that sort of question to you, Patrick, as well, in terms of like, what's your process? Are you a sort of artist that's kind of at it every day, or are you like getting towards a deadline and then you're on it every minute for a couple of weeks, or what's your kind of process?
It's always a mix because you end up rushing at the end, but you're still working every day. But these days you don't get as much done as you thought you would. The rate you're supposed to work at is a page a day, which I do manage to hit, and then other days, but every page is different. And in this case, it was different because I wasn't working off of a structured script. So I had that more sort of level of freedom to work through it. And so like I've done my own project where it was sort of similar because that's why I was more comfortable doing it, because I had written my own miniseries where I'd done everything on it. So I was happy enough to like, I knew how to like structure the pages and everything. It's always different when you're working on someone else's script because they will come back with like more sort of changes, or there's like, some people are happy, they don't want a ton of edits, and other people, they want to tweak like facial expressions a lot. So it depends on the project, because every project's different and every page is different. So you never know what you're going to get sometimes.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think whenever I'm writing things, I write scripts and whatever. Like for me, it's always like, you know, I'll spend a good week and it looks like I'm playing FIFA, but actually I'm writing, you know. But I turn things over in my head a lot. And then once I know what I'm doing, the actual process of writing, it's very fast.
Yeah.
You know, you can maybe knock out like a full thing in a day, or, you know, if it's a longer thing and maybe
Well,
2
I'm
days.
not that
you know.
fast.
But you have to be whenever you have to go out and do what I'm doing at night, which makes me sound like a weirdo. But anyway, does anybody else have any questions they'd like to ask you guys here? Yes, yourself. So, are there plans to release the first issue, to release the comic digitally for people who haven't maybe been able to get their hands on the first one?
I mean, to be honest, we're comic book retailers as well as, you know, that was my first love, you know, we have a store obviously. So, you know, what I love is the tangibility of comics, but I completely understand the importance of digital comics. You know, a lot of people think that digital comics are putting physical stores out of business because people start reading them online, and it's not the case at all. If anything, it actually helps people get through the doors because they're so accessible now through iPads, through mobile devices, that people will read them on their phones and get so into it that they'll go, I want to go into a physical comic store and pick up, you know, the tangibility and the physical side of it. So of course we've got plans to do it digitally. We just initially, as I say, because we never expected it to go as far as it did, we didn't put the thought process into that side. It was all about the physicality of it. But certainly now it is something we've already talked about and planned. And what we'll do is we're going to release this is actually, to be honest, this is a pre-release. This isn't even the actual launch of the book. This is an exclusive pre-release for this book. The main launch isn't until June. So come June, once it's out there with all the stores, that's when we're going to put all 3 up online. So, but yes, it's a good question, and definitely something that with the way technology is today and with the way the world is now, you can't not have it digitally. And as you say, it makes the book far more accessible to even more people, which is only a good thing. Because we want, as much as it is, you know, we wanted to see it be successful, we just want people to have eyes on it. We want people to read it and people to enjoy it, because that's why we do it, you know.
Sure. Will that be on, do you think, on your own website, on Comic Book Guys?
Yeah, I mean, there's a few different platforms for it that we're going to put it up. I mean, we actually already do have it digitally. Obviously, we have all the original format and files, and there's a lot of different comic platforms that allow you to put it through digitally. But as I say, there's certainly through our own website, we're going to have the ability to go through, you know, and get all 3 as a bundle and things like that. But yes, it's definitely plans for sure.
That's great. Any other questions out there at all? Hello, yourself there. Sure. So where would you find coverage of things like this, like media coverage of, say, Irish comics, and do you have anywhere that you could recommend where that, like, news and things like that might be about stuff like this?
I mean, for me, again, it's events like this are great for that, because there is so much. I think people don't realize sometimes how much great Irish talent there is for writers and artists here, and letterers and colorists. The market here is phenomenal for creatives. Genuinely, it's probably, for the small amount of people that are here, it's got some of the biggest pool of you know, even a lot of them are going to Marvel, DC books now, just as you know, standard. People like Ryan Brown, people like, there's so many names to mention. And it's events like this where you can get to come and publicize it and promote it. And it's through organizers like DCC, when they go to the, you know, taking an exclusive cover and pushing it through all their social media channels. To be honest, the best advice that we could give for anybody who's trying to push their projects out there is using socials now, because obviously, you know, it's the way that everybody's glued to their phone these days. So it's it's something that we use quite well in the shop. for, you know, from the store point of view, but for the comic itself, it's something that we've got, you know, great coverage from, and it's a great way to be able to find that, you know. So I would say events like this for sure, physically, and using obviously social media channels and using things like TikTok and stuff now it's hard to explain how important those things are now and how beneficial it can be. You know, it's great. There are things like Facebook groups where you'll go and you can go onto the Irish Comic Collectors Group, you know, and you'll put all your comic stuff up there. And again, because it's a community feeling, that's great for talking to other like-minded people. But if you really want to push the brand out there of a project that you're maybe involved with, get it out to reviewers, get it out to anybody who wants to put their eyes on it. And any feedback is good feedback. It's the truth. You know, as much as you want it always to be, you know, nice words said about you, sometimes the criticism, so long as it's constructive, helps you improve and get better. And that's from an art point of view and a written point of view, you know, something that you get better at over time. So that's what I'd say.
So here's a question from me as somebody that writes, but you know, couldn't draw a bath. So like, if you're writing stuff and you have no idea how to sort of, you know, maybe you go on the, you know, comics websites or whatever, and they tell you how to submit, say, a pitch or something, or you're trying to start something off. How do you go about engaging an artist? You know, how does that kind of thing sort of work? How did you find that process of engaging art, and also how do artists kind of feel about, you know, I think I know how some of them feel about speccing things, or, you know, if they get paid, do they still come in on, say, the part ownership of it and all that kind of thing? How does that stuff sort of work?
Again, we are very fortunate in the sense that because we're in the comic book business, we get to know who all the artists and writers are out there. So we have a benefit of being able to make contact relatively straightforward. And then, you know, we call them in and we have a chat and decide whether, you know, they're can we help them push any work they're doing, or, you know, but you know, it's just one of the ways that we would probably assist or do it.
Like,
and then we
for-
used to have local writers in, you know, we used to do, you know, a couple of days a year, we'd bring them all in, and customers could come in and have a chat, and the writers would have their material, so you could see at first hand, and, you know, they would bring their work along and even, you know, manage to sell some of it there. It's the other way.
Yeah, because even with Patrick, we're very lucky that we got to know Patrick. Sort of just happened naturally. One of the events that we did in the store was like a free comic book day, local comic book day idea, and Patrick had actually done the cover for one of the elements, or one of the comics that was released. It came down, he signed a few for us, and he had been down before that as well, because he had launched his own comic, Zero Jumper. So it's one of those things that naturally, once we then started to look for an artist for this book, that we started to look at what type of artwork we wanted for this book, what type of artist suited this book, and what type of artist would be willing to do this book as a collective project. And as I say, Patrick was very kind and willing enough to jump on board.
Sure.
Yeah, I think if you are an artist, the main thing you should be looking for, aside from if you're like interested in the story, but you want to meet people or get a sense of how passionate someone is about their project and how much they're going to promote it, because they're promoting it, they're going to promote you. You don't want to work for a year on something, or whatever amount of time it is, even if it's 10 pages, that's still a lot of work. And then they don't really promote it as much. And I've done projects like a long time ago where I felt like, you know, I was the one who was like tweeting about it, and it sort of went into the ether, because, you know, you're just one person. So it's supposed to be their project, so they should be the ones who are the most passionate about it. So like that's something you should look for with any partner who's going to come on board. Someone who's going to contribute to it, you know, because it's your time and effort that's going into it.
Sure. Thanks for your question. Does anybody else have any other questions here? We have to wrap up in a few minutes. Does anybody have any other questions for the panel? Yes, mate. So what were the comics that got you guys into comics as, you know, as younger versions of yourself?
Well, for me, sadly, I'm much older than everybody else around here. So I go back as a young child reading things like the Dandy and the Beano, and, you know, and favorite character has to be Desperate Dan for me, because in fact at school they called me because obviously my name's Daniel, they called me Desperate Dan at school, and I often wondered, you know, why it was, and it wasn't just the name. They actually called me Desperate Dan at school because I wore cowboy hats and I had an awful lot of cow pies. But yeah, and then sort of I moved on to about 9 or 10, I moved on to Marvel and started reading all of that stuff. And we were fortunate to have an aunt in New York, of all places, and she was able to send us over the American editions, and I kind of get into it, and
Yeah.
that's where my influence is. And then once the kids came along, I was still collecting and reading myself.
Yeah.
So once they were old enough, I got them into it. But the biggest shock of all was that the one thing I never expected, because the kids all had cracking jobs, and just one day they came in and they said, "We're packing our jobs in and we're going to open a comic book shop." And I nearly fell off the chair, and I thought, okay.
Yeah, tell us a wee bit more about that actually before we answer the rest of that question, because that was my last question was going to be about this, so I might as well get into it now.
All right.
What is the crack with because I know like there's certain people in my family I'd be happy working with, but there's other ones that I would stranglehold. So how did that come about, and what's that kind of like working so closely as a family unit like?
As a family, we are a very close family unit. We eat out of each other's pocket all the time, so we spend an awful lot of time together. There's a lot more fights now together than before we had the shop, that's for sure. But for us, every decision we make is a collective decision. When we open the store, having your family to rely on means that you always feel that there's somebody else there. It's never something that's a sole decision, or it never falls just on you. And there's nobody better that you can look out for than your family. They're always the ones who'll have your back, whether it be through doing things like the comics, whether it be doing events, whatever it is. When you need something, they'll be there for it. So we would never have done it with anybody else. It was always going to be a family project. And that's why, I say, we decided, we all had, I suppose the term real jobs. I don't know what you call it,
people say this all the time. Yeah.
Which is, this is a real job. This is my passion. So this is the job that I wanted as a kid. I mean, when you'd ask what comic got me into reading comics, whether my dad likes it or not, because he was reading comics when we were kids, I was reading stuff like Preacher when I was very young. I probably shouldn't have been like Preacher and Hitman and all that sort of stuff. So it got me into stuff at an early age where I knew instantly that I wanted to be involved in comics. Like Green Lantern was my favorite superhero, which again is a weird one because not everybody seems to like Green Lantern. But it's at a time in my life when in school and stuff, comics when you got home were a great escapism. You just read it and you were transported to somewhere else. So I love the medium of comics, but in the last 10 years since we opened the store, there has been a huge boom in the comic market, and it's one of the best things that I could have ever hoped for. Because as a kid, I'll be honest, I couldn't walk around school saying I'm reading comics. It wasn't a cool thing to do back then, and now it's the mainstream, and it's so good to see because they are one of the most important mediums for learning, for reading, for enjoying, and they do. I think there's a lot more scope for comics to grow and the comic industry to grow. And I still think, although it's massive now, there's still a massive room for it. So I think when we opened the store, it was in its infancy, and we've naturally carried with that wave and helped maybe hopefully grow the Irish scene a little bit more for comics, because that was what we want to do. It's a community comics at the end of the day, and we want to build the whole community. So it's something that we were very passionate about, and it's stayed with us. To say nearly 10 years on, it's the best decision I've ever made, for sure.
Patrick, what was the comic that got you started?
Mine was, they used to, in the newsagents, they used to collect whatever the current run of Spider-Man was into Astonishing Spider-Man. And the first issue I picked up was issue 7, which was the very, very beginning of the Clone Saga for Spider-Man, which meant about another 8 years of this one story. And yet somehow I kept reading it. But so that was my very, very first one.
I think if you care about my answer.
Oh, sorry.
I know. Yeah.
What was the first comic you ever read?
I think. I would have had. We would have been handed the Dandy and the Beano and things like that. But Commando comics was something I was kind of into as a kid. But also then, I was big into the Mortal Kombat game, and they released like this comic at some stage, and I remember like getting that and being like, oh my god. But one thing that maybe predates it that I don't know counts as a comic really, but it maybe should, was like one of those, it was called The Ancestral Trail, and it was this thing that was like amazing paintings, but like maybe a bit more prose in it than comic style of paneling, but loads of art, loads of panel, like there was some panels, like, but like And it was one of those things, you know, get your first issue at 99p on a Sunday, remortgage the house in 2 weeks for the next one. But that kind of got me into reading stuff that wasn't just, you know, that didn't have great art with it really, like, you know what I mean, or just stuff that you were getting handed in school. But well, yeah, I think that basically, unless there's anything else you guys want to say, or if there's any other questions, we'll take one last question. Sure. Is anybody else just that I'm missing who's maybe had their hand up? Go with this last question, and then we'll wrap. Yes, just go ahead. Oh, where is the shop? Yeah,
You know, that's the best question today. That's been asked. The shop is in Great Victoria Street in Belfast, and for anybody that knows Belfast, you know, is the best, closest we could direct it is the world famous Europa Hotel. We're just up the street from there, so we're easy enough to find. And
But if you want to pick up a copy of the comic today, it's just a floor underneath.
yeah, it is a great shop. I mean, basically the only reason I'm doing this today is because I'm actually a customer of the shop. Like, it's a great shop. It's definitely the best comic shop in Belfast, and it really, like, one thing I like about it is when you go in, there's always a bit of crack. And I know I stand and I could talk for Ireland, and I'll stand there and chat for like 3 hours, and they're going, certainly to work here. But there's always good crack in the shop and brilliant events and things like that. So it's been a real pleasure to come and be here with you. We got a wee round of applause for the guys, and
Thank you very much.
Keep an eye out for that new issue of The Revenants. It is on sale on the floor below. So the big, I know what you call it, the big room downstairs. Yes. Thanks very much, guys. Cheers.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Right, let's go.
On your knees.
Okay, chop it off.
Chop it off. Let's do it. Oh, we got him now. You know what? I'm thinking there are probably sharper stairs somewhere else.
We're thieves, but we help the wrong person steal the wrong thing and unleash the greatest evil the world has ever known.
The Red Wizards created an army of the undead.
Sounds lovely.
Quite the opposite.
I know, I was being ironic.
I find irony is a blade that cuts he who wields it most especially.
You're not a lot of fun, are you? How are we gonna pull this off?
We're gonna need a team.
You need cool air.
Follow me to the orifice.
Back to school air.
The orifice?
I'll go last.
Let's go.
I don't mind that. He missed.
No, that's not good. Aren't you sick of failing? We could die.
There's worse things than dying. I lost everything that ever mattered to me, and if we quit now, that's for nothing.
I don't want to see you die, which is why I'm going to leave the room.
This ends now.
The bridge is protected by an ancient trap. We must not trigger the mechanism.
I may have triggered the mechanism. So, sorry.
These little town rooms are melting away. I'll make a brand new start of it in old New York. If I can make it there, I'll make it anywhere. It's up to you, New York, New York, New York, New York. Still love this song.
As they decompose. And as you look closer at these corpses, they almost appear to be moving. But it is not the corpses that live. Oh no. It's the flesh-gorged rats that after feeding run and scurry by your feet.
Hello, my name is Neil Gaiman, and I wrote a novel called The Ocean at the End of the Lane. The National Theatre has turned my book into a stage play in London's West End, directed by the incredible Katie Rudd, and it's going to be touring the UK and Ireland. I am thrilled that you, if you're in the UK or Ireland, are going to have the opportunity to see this amazing story up on a stage. It's about life, it's about memory, it's about magic, it's about heartbreak, it's about what the universe is, and it's about childhood, and it's about wonder. And it's not like anything else that I've ever been involved in. It's not like anything else I've ever seen in the theatre. It's a fabulous adventure like nothing else you've seen. See you there.
It's got 160 milligrams of naturally sourced caffeine. Useful. How many people do long gaming sessions? Okay, there you go. Vitamin B3 to help reduce tiredness. How many people don't like being tired? That should be everybody, right? And then refreshing, great taste. There we go. Sparkling energy drink with sugar and sweeteners. First ingredient is, raise your hand. What is it? What? There you go. Carbonated water. Last ingredient is, if you look at this, I mean, children. Because it says sunset yellow and Ponzo 4R may have an adverse effect on activity
and attention in children. So children would technically be the last ingredient because it is listed in the ingredients.
And then it's made in Dublin. So there we go. So I'll sip on that for the month. There we go. It takes me a long time to get through energy drink. Yeah, I can't. Yeah, it's something I do very rarely, But I will make an exception for this Dublin beverage.
So how was the weekend for you so far?
It's been nice. I've been to Ireland
one other time. I went to Cork, which was cool. And when we were driving around on the first day and getting a lay of the land, we drove past this shuttered building, and they go, "That used to be a mental hospital, and it's haunted." And I was like, "I want to go in there." And they're like, because when you watch a horror movie, you think about, like, why would they ever do that? Or why would they ever do this? And here I am saying, like, ooh, it's haunted. It's an old psych ward. I want to go in there. So it's like, I do realize where that comes from now. You think you wouldn't ever go down the stairwell in a basement, but you actually probably would, really, when you think about it. So I wanted to go in, and they said we could technically sneak you in if you wanted to go, but then it became a thing where it's like, well, but if I get injured in there or I die in there, how does that work out? Where does my stuff go? Who gets the clothes and this and that? And like, so we just decided not to.
Yeah, I wouldn't go near that either. There's a lot of haunted places in Ireland, and I've never gone to any of them.
I'm open to ghosts. My issue is like, why are ghosts never modern? Why is it always like, this ghost is from the 1800s, and this one looks like they're from 1902? Why isn't it like, here's a ghost from 2023, dressed just like me? That's a ghost. It's always ancient ghosts. You never see, like, maybe there's like a conversion system that takes years. Like we're just getting to the 19th century ghosts, and then like you guys, when you like maybe you'll encounter ghosts from like 20th century, and then it just takes time to cook. They're in an Instapot, and they're in a Dutch oven, and they're marinating with the juices and the ectoplasm. I don't know how ghost stuff works.
Yeah,
but I'm just like, why is it always, old ghosts?
That is interesting, actually, because I never thought of it like that.
I'm into the ghosts.
Yeah.
I'm open to it. So does that make me a believer of ghosts? I'm open to it.
Yeah.
I'm ghost curious. That's what it is. So yeah. But yeah, I haven't seen any yet.
Okay.
But I have.
You want to?
Yeah, I do want to. I'm into it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's talk about your earlier career. You started off in theater. You did?
Yeah. So that's what was so nice about being backstage, because I'm like, oh, I miss theater. I miss being in the wings and hanging out at a proscenium. This is a beautiful space. Do they ever, and I love the screen and everything. This is so cool. I started out and I did theater for many, many years, musicals and straight plays and such. And I haven't been back to theater since this right now.
Oh, wow.
And so I don't know if this counts as a theater show. I mean, for theater shows, does anyone do theater here? Anyone? But you know what theater is.
Yeah.
Okay, you're in a theater. See, that's what scares me, is that theater's going to go away, and they're going to be like, oh, what was that thing that they did on the stage where they memorized the lines?
That would be terrible if that happened.
Well, I feel like in this room, I just said, who's ever done theater, and no hands went up. So, but I didn't see up here. Theater? Up here? I saw your hand. I like that. Like that. There we go. See, and technically, if we're in theater, I should be using my diaphragm. Can you still hear me right now? I'm using my theater diaphragm. But I like this better. I got to record tomorrow. So there we go.
So how did you transition from theater to voice acting?
It went theater and then on camera. It's like television or films, and then voiceover. I didn't think voiceover was ever going to be a thing. I didn't, because as silly as this sounds, everybody knows voiceover is a thing. But for me, I thought that the animated characters, I thought they just show up at the studio, they know their lines, they do their lines, like Batman and Robin from the animated series. They just show up on set and they do their lines and then they go home. I did not know that actors voiced these characters. And I know that sounds weird, almost as weird as being ghost curious. But that's what I thought. And so I didn't think voiceover was going to be a thing, also because I have a weird voice. And I was made fun of for my voice quite a bit when I was a kid. And so that blocked it in my head. Like, you're never going to do anything with your voice, even though I did on camera and stage, which also uses your voice. But you know what I mean? It's like, I didn't think I would be doing something that was solely utilizing my voice. And so I think it was Caitlin Glass, who I met on a project, non-voiceover. And she goes, you should try out, there's this studio called Funimation. And we work on cartoons called anime, and you should come and audition. I think you might like it. You might be okay at it. And so I went and I did that, and they didn't hate it, and they let me stay in the building. And then I continued on from there, and then you blink, and here we are in Dublin talking about effing ghosts.
So when it comes to anime, though, you have a huge catalog of work. Like, it's absolutely huge.
Well,
the amount that you've done.
It's because I never said no. I was like, no, I want to do that. So I guess I did technically say no, but no, it was because at that time, for me, I was like 12 hours a day, 7 days a week. I was ready to record all the time. Like Sergeant Frog is a show that I did, for example. And for that, I would record from like 10 to 6 and then 6 to 10. So like 10 to 6 was like episodes 12 through 16. And then 6 to 10 was episodes 1 through 4. Something like that, backwards like that. But I would record all day long, all day long, all day long. And so I didn't ever say no. Because I loved it so much. I had such a passion for acting. And I was like, well, here's a chance to do it. And if I could go back and do it again, I would temper it more. I would, because for me, it was like I had tunnel vision, and I was like, I just want to work, and I just wanted to, as opposed to like, well, no, like, let's not, like sometimes with a bag of candy, you're like, I got to eat all this candy in this one sitting, because if I don't, the candy's going to escape, and I'll never get more candy. That's what I thought as a kid. I got to eat this whole giant, family-sized bag of little gummies. My mom was so angry at me. Quit eating 10 pounds of gummies. But that's what I thought with work. I'm like, I just got to eat all the work candy right now. I would go back and like space it out, just space it out a little bit more.
With all that you've done, though, was there anything that you have done that you might have said afterwards, I shouldn't have done that, or didn't like doing that?
There are plenty of things where I was like, this gig I'm not a huge fan of. But for me, the way I look at it is, if it's something that I'm not a big fan of, I'm like, can I learn something from it? Can I take something from this that will just strengthen the soil, my voiceover soil for later? So that's what I try to do. Barring a few exceptions, for like if it's unsafe, or like, if the gig is, testing out the sharpness of axes, maybe I'll pass on that. Yeah. But or like, hey, hop into this dark cave with a bunch of hungry vampires. Let us know how the gig goes. It's like, I won't probably do that. Oh, unless they turn me into a vampire. I would love to be a vampire. That would be cool. Any other vampire, like if they were like, hey, I want to turn you into vampire stuff, would you be cool with that? None of you?
Yeah, we've won.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, yeah. Like, I don't understand in these movies when they're like, oh, I don't want these powers. I didn't want to be a vampire. It's like, I'll live forever. Give me the powers. I want to learn all the languages. I would do so much as a vampire, and I'd kill a lot of people. That's the thing is, like, sometimes vampires, like, they just eat rats and stuff. I'm like, no, there are bad people in there that need to get eaten. Like, drink their blood all day long. And then what would be cool is if you were a vampire, you can be Dublin's vampire, because I'm going to go back to the States and be LA's vampire. We would never, like, I would never have to eat your food. You would never have to eat my food. Like, there's plenty of it for it to go around. Yeah, we would share tips. Like, oh, you know, how was your last meal? Was it hard to catch them? I'm like, yeah, exactly. Yeah. I would totally be a vampire, so. But that, how did we get to that? I would be a vampire, yes.
You'd be a vampire. Okay, that's fine. So let's talk about, you know, as I said, you have this huge catalog of work. What you feel has been your best work?
You know, what has been the best? For me, it's I don't know if I would look at it as like the best, but I would look at it like I'm content with what I did there. I think that for me, if I hit my best now, at this age, I feel like then I'm like, what's left? And so for me, I want to, there's stuff I'm content with, like with current Drifter from Destiny, current Drifter I'm content with. Early Drifter, we were still finding where the character was and where the voice sat. So when I go back and hear early Drifter, I'm like, ooh, I would have done that a little differently. I would have changed that a bit. Actors that come and say, oh, I don't watch my work. I can't, I don't want to watch my, I can't, it's painful to, I'm like, if it's painful for you to watch, then why the hell should I watch it? Like, that's silly. Of course I watch my stuff. Now, I don't sit there and be like, get the popcorn, time to watch my stuff. I watch it of like, because it reminds me of that moment when I recorded it, where I watch it and I'm like, okay, I could have done this or I could have done that. Like, I analyze it. Like when you watch, like when an athlete watches sports clips, like of other teams or of their previous, so they can watch their form and stuff like that. That's why I watch it. And also because it's like, I'm a fan of the stuff that we get to work on too. So like when I work on like Transformers or Scooby-Doo or Ben 10 or Kung Fu Panda and stuff like that, like I like those franchises. So like I'll watch them too. So it's, in terms of stuff I'm proud of, yeah, I'd say Destiny. Proud of Fairy Tale for sure. I mean, we had such a good team on that. But yeah, there's stuff out there that I like.
I'm glad you said that, because that was my next question, is Fairy Tale. When you started that, did you think it was going to be as popular as it is and would it last as long as it is?
Well, I tell you what, I tell you how little confidence I had in Fairy Tale. Any of my vampire friends out here, have you seen Fairy Tale? Okay, cool. Very cool. Thank you. Fire Dragon Roar. I didn't think Fairy Tale was going to make it because I'd been in other shows that had a lot of episodes. Like, for example, Sergeant Frog had 300-something episodes. We only did like 86. D. Gray Man had 100 episodes. At the time, we only did 50. We went back subsequently and did all the rest. But all of these shows that I was the lead in for these long-running shows, we never did more than half, maybe a little bit more than half. So when I heard that Fairy Tale was coming, we had 100 episodes, which turned into quite a bit more. When we had 100 episodes, I was like, we're not going to do all these episodes. And in fact, I guarantee you we're not going to do it. All right, fans, here's the deal. I bet you, I'm so convinced that we won't do all of the episodes that if we even get to 100 episodes, I'll get Natsu's tattoo. And then sure enough, people went out and, because this is back when you had to buy the actual box set. And so they went out and bought the box set, and then you saw the numbers go up, and then people started really watching the show, and we got to an episode 100. So when we finished, because it was a lot harder than to not only get the shows, but then to support the shows, because it wasn't streaming. Now streaming is so easy. It's so, you just pop on an app and you just sign up. And if you wanted a show back then, you really had to show your effort and passion for it. And so when we got to episode 100, that night we finished, we took a camera crew, we went to a tattoo parlor, and we got that tattoo done. And that was my very first tattoo. And then after that, a lot of people started getting the Fairy Tale tattoo, but way cooler designs. Like mine is like a solid black, because I'm like, they're like, why didn't you go with red? And I'm like, with my skin tone and my Asian, and, Germans, like, it's not going to look good. So I got black. But so many people got so many different styles of fairy tale tattoos that look really, really cool. I've seen some here. They get them on their hand, on their forearm, their leg, their back, everywhere. And so that was pretty cool to see. And then you would think, well, you stabbed yourself with a needle 1 million times on that bet. Surely you're done making bets. I made more bets after that. Because, like, the other bet that I made, so we did 50 episodes of D. Gray Man. There's this show called D. Gray Man. If you like Full Metal Alchemist, it's a darker Full Metal, I feel like. And so we did 50 episodes. I directed it, and then I was the character Alan Walker in it. And every single convention, everyone was like, when are you going to do more D. Gray Man? For years, for 10 years, people asked about D. Gray Man. I was certain we weren't going to do any more. Certain. Because, I mean, come on, 10 years? Really? Like, there's no more. And so then I said, I am so certain that we're not going to do more D. Gray Man, that if we even did more D. Gray Man, I'll get my ears pierced. 2 months after I said that, I'm walking around in a museum in Manhattan, in New York. I remember it exactly. I'd just gotten there, and I walk over to the, if you've ever been to that museum, it's this beautiful, gorgeous, just love this museum. You go to the left, there's an elephant set up. And, well, I went to the, anyway, there's an elephant that I was by. And so a tweet came through. And the fan was like, congratulations on D. Gray Man. I'm like, what? What are you talking about? And I looked and seen, and so I contacted the executive producer, and I'm like, are we doing more D. Gray Man? And he sent back a little smiley face. I said, like, son of a. So then we go, which is awesome. I love D. Gray Man. But I wasn't thinking about that. I was thinking about, now I got to get my ears pierced. So we did more D. Gray Man. I went to the piercing place, whatever, I forget what it's called, piercing place. Got my ears pierced. And the thing is, you can't just pierce your ears and then it's like, you're done. You got to leave those earrings in for months. So here I am, styling my whole wardrobe around getting my ears pierced, because you can't just dress any which way with ears pierced. So I'm like fastidious like that. I need it symmetrical and all this kind of stuff. And so, like, there's pictures out there with me with my ears pierced for a long time. I think I kept them for a year or so, and then I took them out because I'm not like, how crazy is that? Do I look like I'm an earring guy? And I had both pierced for like over a year. I still have the earrings too, because they were nice. They were nice. But you'd think I'd be done making bets then. I wasn't. I think I made another bet after we got to episode 100 on Fairy Tale. I think I said, if we get to episode 175, what did I say I would do? Because we did get there. But I didn't think we would. And I made some bet. I need to stop doing this. And I made a bet, and we got there, and I forget what I had to do. But the bet that I made now, before I knew we were doing more Fairy Tale, because we've taken a break. And I was like, we're not going to do more Fairy Tale. And I was so certain we weren't going to do more Fairy Tale that I made some bet. What was the bet? I think it was like I was going to go on this gigantic roller coaster in Orlando, Florida. I think I made that bet because I can do coasters, but like it's hard. And there's this one coaster in Florida called the Hulk coaster. It's a gigantic monstrosity of mayhem that people die on.
It has a certain reputation, that ride.
Yeah, it kills people because at the end the track's unfinished and the car flies right off of it and all those people die. Still running somehow. And I think I said I was going to go on that. It was either that or I was going to eat some big sandwich. I forget what it was. One of the two. But I think the coaster. So after I record, I'm going to go die on a coaster. I think that was it. I need to remember. Yeah.
Have you stopped making bets now?
I think I should.
Yes.
Because because every time I do it, it involves some harm to me. And I think I need to be done. I need to put it on other people. If we do another episode, another season of Fairy Tale, it's going to involve you. Something you have to do. What's your least favorite insect? You don't like spiders? You're going to have to cosplay as a spider while you eat some of them. Already done. If we do more Fairy Tale, you have to do that. Yeah, if we do more. Okay, good. That bet's not on me.
This is live streaming, so it's definitely
Excellent.
happening now.
Good, okay.
So you mentioned there directing. How did that happen? How did you start
I mean,
doing
I
that?
started directing theater when I was in high school, actually, right as I was about to leave high school. So I've been directing since then on whether it's audiobooks or anime or back then theater, film, video games. So with that, it was something that, for me, I always just like to keep myself busy in the field that I'm in a variety of ways, whether it's writing it or producing or directing. And so it's just another skill set that of the same the same thing that I like to do, the same universe, just another side of it. And so I wear all those different hats. For me, acting is the one that I'm most comfortable with. But I like directing too. Directing comes with a lot more hoops that you got to jump through because you're managing a lot more stuff, and so it's a little bit it's tasking. It's a different type of tasking on you while you do it. Different type of energy that you need. But I like it all. The latest thing I'm directing right now is there's a video game series called Hello Neighbor. And so we're directing an original animation cartoon based on that. And so we've released the first episode. We put it out on YouTube right now because there are certain... Basically, it's kind of a dark show. And to get around, like, having a, oh, be careful, the show can't have this, or better not show this. They were like, well, let's just put it on YouTube right now so we can do whatever we want. That's what the client said. That's not me. Like I'm like, I get it. We can't show spider cosplay and the meeting spiders or something. And so it's out there right now. I had over 1 million views in the first ep when we released it like a month ago or so. So it's been fun to see the feedback on that from people that have been with the franchise for a long time, and to see it come into cartoon form has been fun. So working on that, I directed there's a Creed VR game that's coming out for the new PlayStation. I directed that recently, which was fun. And so, it's interesting where that path takes me, because sometimes it's a mobile game, sometimes it's there's a game coming for PlayStation that I directed for 9 months. That's coming out this year. They told me, so we'll see. I'll let you know. But yeah,
I like that you mentioned games there, because you've done a lot of those as well.
Yeah.
From anything from Dragon Ball to Destiny as well, and Resident Evil.
Resident Evil and Rage, and I've also worked on a game. I don't think it's quite out yet, but I mean, these games take so long to make. Days Gone I was in, and Ghost of Tsushima and things like that. But with this one project I did, it was right at the beginning of the pandemic. I was in Japan doing mocap for this one game, a Capcom project, and this thing, they were like, oh, there's this virus going around, and we didn't even, we're in Japan, we don't even, and so we're hearing about it, and my plan was to do work on this game, and then afterwards stay longer so they could go see more of Japan and go to Japan, Disney Sea, SEA, and so we were gonna go, but as we were getting closer to the end of the month, flights kept canceling, and they kept canceling, and so they were telling us, like, oh, you need to go back to the States, because if you don't go, you're gonna be trapped in Japan. Like, they're gonna close borders. Because we're like, because we'd never, raise your hand if you've been in a pandemic before. 0. So it's and so we didn't know what to, and so all my plans are changing, and we ended up being on the last flight out of Japan to America before they shut everything down. And so, and then, you know, everything happened the way it happened. But yeah, we were out there for a good while working on this project, and it was a lot of fun. I like working on video games. Video games is a very different world than anime, because oftentimes when we work on anime, we see it before we record it. So like when we're doing a scene, I'll see Natsu's, how the scene plays out, so that I know what the pacing is, how fast I need to talk, how loud, how quiet, this and that. With video games, you have the lines, and that is it. You don't see anything else, typically. Sometimes you do. And so it's a completely different vibe recording video games. And then there's recording mocap or facial capture and things like that. So it breaks down into all of these different subsections and things like that. It's like comic books. Like you have someone that does the panels and colors and inks and pencils, and people don't think about that. They just think like, well, someone opens up a blank page and they just do all the stuff. And like, no, it breaks down into all these different sections. So it's the same in VO, for sure.
Would you say you compare the two, like anime and games, you get to see the anime first? Would you prefer that, or?
For me, I have done, luckily, I've been in the trenches of both for so long that it's like, it's something that I'm just like, it's like a doctor when they see a patient who's been shot. Like, to some people it'd be like, oh my God, he's been shot with a minigun. But to that doctor, he's like, yeah, he's bleeding out. I've seen that before. So that's kind of like where it is. But I like being the originator of the thing. I like being the first to record on it. And so like when we recorded on this show called Power Players, or Monster High, or Ever After High, when we record on those shows, we originate it, and then other countries, like 36 different languages, originate to what we create. That I like a lot. But both are cool. Both are cool.
Is there anyone who has a question for Todd? Now, don't be shy. We've got the mics on either side. Anyone have a question?
I see a hand shoot up over there.
Yeah.
There's a mic
There's a
right
mic
up
just
here.
behind you there.
You want to run up to these mics? There he is.
Okay, right. We'll go with yourself first.
Hello again.
Hi-dio, hello. I have to say I'm a huge fan of Destiny 2, and Drifter is just one of my favorite characters. And what was it like just portraying Drifter?
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you for playing. With Destiny, with the Drifter character, they actually modeled that after me as they were writing it visually, and I didn't know that until recently. They already had me in mind for that. I'm like, would have been nice to know. But it's cool to work on a project that has such a creative team behind it that cares so much about that universe. And the director was so helpful in guiding us through all the lore of that game, because there's so much for those of you that play. And he did such a nice job. Kevin McMullen did such a nice job of guiding us through all the nooks and crannies of that world, and helping me specifically too. And then the staff at Bungie that works on it, and Microsoft, that they're all really creative folks that have such good energy, and it's awesome to be around. Going in for Destiny is some of my favorite sessions, because there are some of those voiceover sessions where you can hear the client in their head, the clock is ticking, and they're just like, how fast can we get this done, because I don't want to have to pay this and this and this. But with something like Destiny, they're like, no, we want to do it right. What is it? Doesn't matter. Within reason. Don't do a word a minute. But it's like within reason, they're like, yeah, let's take the time it takes to, this is what I always say to people that want to get a project done. It's like, only in production is it like, well, okay, you say it's going to take 5 guys to lift 500 pounds. Okay. If it's in this industry, it's like, well, can we lift 500 pounds with 1 guy? Can we do that? Where it's like, the only time, I wish the industry was more like baking, like a cake box. Because if you look at a cake box, whenever you put the cake in the oven, When the box says, you better leave that cake in there for 45 minutes, everyone's like, oh my God, okay, it needs 45 minutes. We can't do it. Absolutely, 45 minutes. We hear you, cake box. We're going to leave it in there for 45 minutes. But in the VO world, they're like, 45 minutes, huh? I bet you we can bake that cake in 10. Like, it's so crazy to me. So when I come across a project like Destiny, where they're like, no, we need to take the time and we need to do it right, I think that shows in the fact that the game is still going and people still love it. Because even though you don't know why you're drawn to it necessarily, I think it's a little bit because they take that time and it's intrinsically baked into the game. So yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Thank you for your question.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi. Big fan. Love all your work. Fairy Tail is one of my biggest favorites ever. Another anime that I love to pieces is Soul Eater. And I know they did like a kind of spin-off, Soul Eater Not. But if they were to kind of go back and do like a Full Metal Brotherhood redo for Soul Eater and continue on with the manga, would that be something that you would be interested in?
Well, it's funny you mention Soul Eater reboot. How many people have seen Soul Eater? Would you guys like to see a clip of the new reboot?
Is there really one?
Just kidding. I would love to see it myself.
No.
If they did it, I would love that.
Yeah.
That would be awesome. There are very few projects that I wouldn't come back for. In fact, I'm trying to think, going through my head real fast of like, are there any projects that I wouldn't come back for? Like one. There's like one, and it's not because of the project. Typically, I love all the projects I get to do. It's typically if like there's like a little bit of like, maybe not. It's because of the bakers in the kitchen. That's why.
Yeah.
Well, I got one spider bet. Let's see what else you
I'll
can
do another bet for it if you
Oh,
want.
excellent. Let me think about that. But if they did come back, absolutely, I would love to.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for
Thank
your
you so
question.
much.
Yourself over here?
Hi.
Hello.
Again, hi.
Yes.
Okay, so I got two ones. They're very quick though, okay? So one, what is your all-time favorite project that you have done over the years? And two, which anime is your all-time favorite? And with that anime that you really, really like, which character did you really want to go for at first if you weren't picked for Natsu?
Well, then I guess my favorite anime is Fairy Tail, which is fine by me. Out of that show, if I wasn't Natsu, I guess I would want to be Makarov. He's pretty cool. Makarov. But in terms of favorite project ever, that changes depending on the month. So, because I've been so fortunate to work on a lot of projects that bring me a lot of joy. I would say some of the ones that I think of right off the bat besides the Fairy Tail would be or Destiny, or Soul Eater, or Sergeant Frog, or on High School Host Club, things like that. So it's been, and the variety of projects, like working on things from like mobile games to regular video games to, there's a lot of opportunity there to find great fun stuff that I got to work on. Like when I worked on Transformers, that was a lot of fun for me because I grew up being a fan of Transformers myself. And so, because I think sometimes that's lost in the mix that actually we're fans of things too. So when I directed a Batman Superman video game, I was like, oh my gosh, like if you saw my living room with how much Batman stuff there is in there.
It was like nerdness overload for you.
It was bat crazy. Bat-S crazy. But yeah, it's been so wonderful, the journey, and I hope it continues for another 1,000 years.
I think maybe even more. I think for everybody else here, we're probably thinking 10,000 or something.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm going to be a vampire, so I'll live forever. But thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank
for
you
your
very
question. Yourself.
I have
Two.
Yeah, hi.
You mentioned Oron High School Host Club earlier.
Yeah.
Do you know if there's ever going to be another sort of season brought out for that?
Have you seen all of Oron?
Most of it.
Okay, yeah, it's a lot of fun. There's like 26 episodes.
Mhm.
Well, do you want to see a clip from season 2? Go ahead and hit it. No, there's no. I wish there was. No, I would totally do that. And I would want them to make a video game of it. For some reason, with that show, I would want them to make a game that makes no sense. Like, I'd want it to be a fighting game. I mean, Honey Senpai is a good fighter, but like a fighting game like Super Smash Brothers, but with the world of Oron. I would totally do that show again. That'd be awesome.
The other question is, were you aware that the author of the fairy tale manga might be picking back up to write the 100-Year Quest?
Well, the manga, I don't know if it's here, but they have the manga going for 100-Year Quest.
They already have started it? Oh.
Yeah, and they're animating it right now.
Oh, so that is possibly coming out soon.
Oh, no, it's coming. But in terms of soon, because it takes so long to animate.
Mhm.
And also, as I was saying to some of you here when you were seeing me earlier, I don't know how many episodes it'll be. We always find out so last minute.
Mhm.
Like, for example, in My Hero Academia, when my character popped up again, I mean, or for example, Bungo Stray Dogs. If you've heard of that show, we had a new season come out. I recorded that show, I want to say 48 hours before it came out. That's how close this is sometimes. So like, Free, there's a show called Free, a swimming show. When they did another, they'll contact me and they'll be like, hey, are you free next week for, it's so crazy, the voiceover world. Because in the film world, it's like we have these meetings, we have a lunch, and we talk about the character, and what'd you think of the script, and I was thinking of you for this, and I love this idea. With VO, it's like, what are you doing next Tuesday? Yeah. Like even with Destiny, they're like, are you free Wednesday? I just got this Sony thing, this email, they're like, oh, you're gonna book this, we're doing this game for PlayStation, and what are you doing Monday? I'm like that's how kind of quick and casual it is.
Yeah.
And so it's like when things come out, we're the last to find out. Okay. Last. Like when I worked on, there's a Shang-Chi, Marvel movie. I literally found out the week before.
Oh, wow.
And they're like, we need you Wednesday, Thursday. If you can't do that, then well, we'll catch you on the next one. I'm like, well, hold on. Can I move my funeral for a second? Maybe let me move my dad's funeral to Friday, maybe? But yeah. So we couldn't move it, so I just zoomed in. But anyway. But yeah, Shang-Chi. You know. Did you see it?
Yeah.
It was okay. Yeah. It's all right. Love you, Marvel. Love you. But yeah, no, thank you.
Thank you very much. Yourself.
Hey, I'm a big fan of Soul Eater. Death the Kid is one of my favorite anime characters of all time. I was wondering what your experience has been like meeting Death the Kid cosplayers, and actually I have two questions. First is, my first question is, what has your experience been like meeting Death the Kid cosplayers, and do you have any funny stories to tell?
Well, I've met so many awesome cosplayers and both like gender swap Death the Kid cosplayers and such. So it's been really cool to see that take on its different forms, and people that either make them themselves, or the best way I like to do is just make the funds that it costs and then get someone else to do it that is way more skilled at making cosplay than me to do it, because like when you all that make your own cosplay, that is awesome, because I am dangerous around a sewing machine. But yeah, it's in terms of the coolest thing that I can think of recent memory is not only did someone cosplay as Death the Kid, but they also got the tattoo, and then they had me sign underneath it, and then they went and got that tattooed, and then came back the next day and showed me. That's been pretty cool. So it's it's a lot of fun to see that. I'm always down to see cool cosplay.
And my second question is, I learned yesterday that you are a pretty big fan of Magic the Gathering, and that you used to actually get involved with Magic the Gathering at cons that you've done in the US. So
I'm also a planeswalker.
Oh.
I voice a planeswalker, but yeah.
Oh, could you talk? Could you tell us a bit about your love for Magic the Gathering?
Well, with Magic, I started playing it because at Funimation, one of my engineers who became a director, he played it, and he got me into it. And what I loved about it was not only the beautiful artwork, but how intricate the game is, because I grew up playing chess. And so I feel like Magic the Gathering is like almost the equivalent of chess. So I really took to it, definitely got my ass whooped a lot playing it. The reason that I stopped playing it, and I still have all my cards, is because I couldn't keep up with the updates that come out like every 6 weeks. I'm like, I build my EDH deck, my commander deck, and then it's like, new set comes out, I'm like, now I gotta go through all this and go, and so I got tired of doing that. But Magic then is a great game and so smart. Like, I can't come up with all the different powers and flip this card over and then turn it around and then it means this and, blah, 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 and then you're speaking a different language when you do like, amazing. Stuff like that, when people can create that and make it work, awesome. Again, cosplayers, game creators, I'll just be over here consuming. Thank you. But yeah.
And thank you.
Thank you
very much. Over here.
Hi.
Hello.
Hetalia is one of the first animes that I've ever really gotten into, but my question is, when you were portraying Italy, did you have to do any research on the accent or the culture or anything, or did they just put you in front of a mic and say, act like what you think an Italian is?
Act like what you think an Italian is. Go in there behind that mic and do some Italian. Well, they, when we were auditioning for this show, they said, we're going to be doing this show that has a lot of accents in it. I didn't know anything about the show. And it was a weird thing because like the episodes are only 5 minutes long. And I'm like, 5-minute episodes? Never heard of that. Never heard of that. Never been done. And I'm like, weird. So I had all these accents authentically. I was like, okay, I went in and I prepped them all week, prepping these accents. And I go in and then you see the show and you're like, oh, this is like way goofier than I thought it was going to be, because I thought it was going to be like a very grounded, like, straight portrayal. And so I auditioned for England, and then I auditioned for England, and I think I did, and Italy. But I thought and France, I think also. But eventually I got England first. So England, I actually did a whole season of England. And the actor that did Italy, they quit the show. They quit it because they're like, I don't get the humor, and it's like, I don't know if I like this. And so then they needed someone to be Italy. And so then I was like, they asked me to come in and do Italy, and I said, okay, if I come in and do it, it's going to be my Mario impression. And they go, that's cool, do that. And I go, ooh, let's go. Ow, whoa, 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 whoa. And they go, perfect, that's what we want. And I'm like, really? And so then they had me do Italy, and then they brought in someone else to do England. But yeah, it was a fun show. I even remember when we debuted that show at this convention called Otakon. We had 2,500 people in the audience ready to watch the first episode done. Hetalia was, like, on Amazon, pre-order for that show beat out Avatar, the first Avatar movie. You could not get a copy of this show. And so when we were about to debut it, we're backstage, we're over here, 2,500 people, about to bring us out. Fire alarm. Got to empty the entire convention center. This convention center housed like 38,000 people. So 38,000 people, minutes before we were about to do Italia to 2,500 people, all had to go out in the cold, windy cold. Like, y'all know about that. Windy cold. Cosplayers, some people like doing really, like, you know, some of the cosplays not really built for cold weather. They're doing that. Oh, it was nuts. And then once the fire alarm was over, it was like, all right, everybody, remember where you sat. 38,000 people divided into 2,500. Remember where you sat. It was a disaster, but we did it. But thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Thank you. Yourself over here.
Hi again. I was just wondering, could you do either an Avril Lavigne or a Cage Charles song from Danganronpa?
I'll hit you with an Avril Lavigne. You got to help me, though. On the count of 3, you got to do it with me, okay?
Okay. Okay.
Uno, deux. What's 3 in Vietnamese? Một, hai, ba. I'll do it in 3 languages, okay? Uno, deux, ba. Avril Lavigne! Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we've one more over here.
Hi, so apart from the characters you have voiced before, is there any character from a different anime or manga you would love to voice act?
Like if it could have been anyone in any anime or manga? Yeah. Who's the dude in My Hero?
Which one?
Deku? Yeah. I actually auditioned for him 4 times. But the problem was, it's like, well, but you're Natsu. And so that's the other side of that, is like, when you're Natsu, well, you can't just go and be anything. Like, you can't just go over to Eden Zero and be, what's it, Shiki?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't just do that, because someone's like, well, why weren't you both? It's like, well, that's like saying, well, Batman, why weren't you also Superman? It's like, well, no. But I guess Rick and Morty did it. So, yeah, I know, I get that. But yeah, no, something like that would be fun. I love the adventure shows. I'm all about that. So, yeah.
Thank you very much. Oh, we have one more.
Hello.
Yeah, I wanted to ask, are there any properties that have yet to receive an English dub that you would think that have a lot of potential and you would like to be involved in? And also, I was just going to say, I'm from Cork, and if you Google, there's images of St. Kevin's Asylum, and it's got a really cursed energy. And I've read some of the health inspector's reports, and there's misery baked into the walls. It's probably got a lot of ghosts there, but it will be turned into accommodation. Apparently, it might be knocked in future.
Oh, excellent, because now I want to go again. At night, with a flashlight that only has 25% battery. Every time you see these movies, the flashlight works all day long, every day, except when they go into a basement or attic. Then all of a sudden, they're like, and then they turn it on, things right in front of them. In terms of properties in the future, for me, I don't know. It's so hard to keep track, especially now with how many shows come out. Honestly, I'll get calls and they'll be like, hey, come in and do da-da-da, or come in. And so for me, I really rely on the studios that just have their finger on the pulse of what's coming and what's going to be. Because the thing is like, nobody really knows what is going to work or not work. Because sometimes, like, you know, like One Piece is I think One Piece is still big, but like in Hawaii, huge. It's on everything over there. But you could never know that. So for me, it's like, I think it's like stocks. It's all speculative. So I'm like, for me, I'm like, you know what? I buckle up, put my helmet on, goggles on. I'm like, take me for a ride. Here we go. So I'm down for it all. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, before I let you go, and thank you to everyone for all your questions, I just want to ask, can you give me a line from one of your favorite lines in whatever character that you've done?
Oh,
one
man.
Of your best ones.
For me, it's like, well, because I'm in a video game mood. I mean, I think it's got to be from Destiny.
Let's see what we've got on the field. Dublin Comic-Con. Bring a sword.
So
That's brilliant. That's brilliant. Ladies and gentlemen, a massive round of applause for Todd Habercorn.
Thank you, Jerry.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank y'all. Thanks for
very
being
much.
here. Spiders.